Hello and welcome back to another tutorial video. In this video, I'm going to be showing you how you can use BIM in Revit to create different models like architectural models, structural models, plumbing model, and the electrical model. Now, Revit is not just meant for architects alone. It's also meant for engineers and also quantity surveyors as well to create the quantity of a building. And using BIM will enable you understand how all these things work together. So that is what I'm going to be teaching you guys in today's video, how you can make use of BIM to create these different drawings. So stay tuned. If this is your first time joining this channel, welcome. My name is Grant, and in this channel we dish out interesting architecture related content. So do well to hit the like button, subscribe to my channel, share this video to your friends and colleagues who you think would be interested in this video, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell icon so that you get notified when next we publish a new video. Without further ado, let's jump right into the video. Okay, welcome back. So this is the default Revit interface when you open your Revit, and I'm going to try as much as possible to be very slow in this video so that a lot of you will be able to follow me along and understand what I'm saying, because I've been getting a lot of complaints from my viewers and my subscribers that I am too fast in my videos. So I am so sorry for being too fast. I will try my best to be as slow as possible so that everybody would understand me. So moving forward, what we need to do is to create a new file. So we click on new. Now, if you're using Revit 2024, like I do, you are going to see these two default templates here: Imperial Multidiscipline and Metric Multidiscipline. So these are the two default templates you are going to see. If you work with feet, inches, yards, you can make use of the Imperial. But if you work with centimeters, millimeters, and meters, you can make use of the metric. So I work with millimeters and meters, so I'm going to make use of the metric multidiscipline. Now, I've also noticed that in situations where, because there are some people that use 2024, but theirs doesn't show these two default templates. Their own is still showing the original construction templates, architectural templates, electrical template, mechanical. It's still showing the original one. So if you want to make use of this so that you can follow through this tutorial video exactly the way I do it, you just need to click on browse, and you go to the English, and you find Imperial, and you find this multidiscipline there. So once, let's say you go back, you see English. You get. Now, if you are working with Imperial, you select the Imperial one. If you are not working with Imperial, you go to just the normal English and you look for the default multidiscipline. This is the template. You are going to click on it. Since I already have it, I'm not going to do this again. So we're just going to go back and we select Imperial. You select Metric Multidiscipline and we click on OK. So we wait for it to load and it's going to open for us. So this video is actually going to be a very long one because I'm going to try to show you how to create the architectural design, the electrical design, mechanical design, and also the structural design. Although I am not a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer or even a structural engineer, but as an architect, you need to understand how these things work. And you also need to know how to do them using Revit. So we're trying to encourage BIM. So if you are doing your structural, mechanical, and electrical drawings on Revit, it's better because it encourages BIM. But a lot of engineers or structural or mechanical guys, they do their drawings with AutoCAD, which it doesn't really show it doesn't really encourage BIM in that if you are doing it with AutoCAD. So this is the Revit interface. So we're just going to be working with a very simple building, a gatehouse. But before we start, once we click on wall, you need to edit your wall type. Make sure you are using whichever wall you want to use. If you want to use a 300 wall, fine. I'm going to be making use of a 225 wall. So I'm going to edit, because why I'm going to edit is because I cannot find a 225 wall here. Now, if you go through this whole default Revit wall template, there are no 225 walls. So I will need to edit it and create a 225 wall. So we click on edit, we duplicate, and let's name this 225 wall. Let's edit this 225 mm, and we click on OK. Now it has not changed. So for us to make sure this is 225, we still need to click on this edit inside here and change the thickness to 225. Okay, now once we are done, we click on OK, and you can see it's already it's now a 2254. Now the reason we duplicated is so that we don't change the original 200 wall that we clicked. So we need to duplicate it and create our own, then we'll give it the attributes we want to give to it. So we click on OK, and we have our 225 wall. So we just begin to draw. So I'm going to be working with just a small gatehouse, nothing too much, so that it doesn't get too complex, so that you just grasp how to make use of certain components and certain commands in Revit, so that we don't make the video too long or extremely long. So moving forward, we have just put our dimensions. Okay, now let's say we want our gatehouse to have a toilet and a small kitchenette. So we click on the wall and we click on CS on our keyboard. CS is create similar. You understand? So it's to create similar of what you selected. Now, if I have a window and I click on the window and I click on CS, it will create similar of that window. But since it's a wall I want to recreate, I just click on the wall, CS, it now gives you the draw line option where you can now continue drawing your wall. So just draw a wall like this. Okay, and we click on escape to move away from the wall command. Now we click on dimension to dimension this wall to make sure it's the exact dimension we want. Now for us to cross check our wall thickness, we can also dimension it, and you can see our wall is exactly 225 wall. Good. Now our toilet, this is the toilet. So I want the toilet to be 1.5 by 2.7. So I'm going to be clicking on this wall and clicking on this dimension right here. We'll impute 1.5. Okay, then we'll click on this dimension icon here, and we dimension this one, and let's click on the wall and impute 2.7. Now this is our toilet. So we know this is our toilet. We're going to furnish it with the necessary fittings and sanitary furniture fixtures we have. Then the bedroom space, I want the bedroom to be 3.3 by maybe 3.6 or 3.9 meters. Okay, so click on this, and okay, now we cannot edit this dimension because this dimension is starting from here, not from this wall. So we are going to create another dimension from this wall here. Okay, click on escape to move away from the dimension command. We are going to be clicking on escape a lot of times. So click on this, we click on the dimension, and we let's say 3.3. Okay, then also click on this dimension, this area here, and let's make this let's say 4.5. Okay, good. Now let's make this 4.5. Okay, now that we are done, we want to have our kitchenette somewhere around this area. So we click on this wall, we click on CS to create similar, like I said initially. Then we just draw the wall here. So here we're going to have our kitchenette around this area. So let's dimension this. This is 975. So we click on the wall and let's make it 600. Okay, now it is 600. It has reduced the wall. So this is 600. This is where our kitchenette will be. Probably you will have the sink and maybe where we a gas burner where we cook or something. Or if I think I feel this space is going to be too small. So now we are designing, so it tends to change. So let's make this longer. Let's make this the 2.7. Okay, and then let's make this the 1.5. Okay, I think this will be way better, at least to give a longer space for the kitchenettes and the rest of them. So we'll click on this wall, we'll click on CS, and let's create a balcony here for the gatehouse, the gateman. Let's create a balcony. We just created another wall without the proper dimension or anything, so we're still going to effect that. So this wall, there's not going to be a wall here because it's a balcony. So we can actually drag the wall back, or we can trim the walls together, you understand? So this is good. Now we know that, okay, this is the balcony, where the balcony is going to be. So let's dimension the balcony. Now you see the dimension size 1113. So let's make this 900, okay, or 1050. Let's make it 1050. I think this is better. Now you see this wall is not on the same level as this wall, so we need to align them together. So we click on align tool, we select the wall we want to align the other one to. Now we like this position, so we select this position. Now you see it's not on the same position as this. Then we select this one and it automatically aligns it to it. So that's how you make use of the align tool. Okay, now that we have aligned our wall, our wall, let's dimension this interior bedroom space. Now you can see this interior bedroom space is 3450. Okay, now let's make this 3 meters. Okay, 3 meters. Okay, and let's also increase our kitchenette wall, make it 600 like we initially did before. Okay, now we have 600. So this is the kitchenette, this is the toilet, this is the bedroom space. Okay, and then there will be a wardrobe at one corner of this bedroom. So I think this is good. This is okay. All our dimensions are in place. The bedroom space is 3.3 by 3 meters, which is okay. All right, so we are fine. Okay, so the next thing we're going to do is to draw our floor. Now we are working on the architectural aspect of this now. So we need to go to the level and create our level. Now what is the function of the level? So we come to elevation, we're going to create our level in the elevation. So you just select whichever elevation you want. Let's say we select the east elevation. Now you can see we have our level 1, we have our level 2. Now in actual sense, let's say the level 1 is the natural ground level, that's your sand, your base level. Then the level 2 is going to be your floor level, finished floor level, that's the DPC level. So we're going to click on dimension. We dimension this. You see that this is 3.6. Now let's bring this down. Let's say our DPC level is let's say 450, or let's say 300, whichever one you like. So let's work with let me work with 450. Okay, now we have brought down the level. Now you see the way it is congested over here. We don't like this. We need to see each of them separately. So we click on the level 1, and if you look in closely, you're going to see like there's a small break icon at this point. So you click on that break icon and it separates level 1 from level 2. Then you can now drag this down clearly, so that there's going to be a great distinction between the both of them. So you know that, okay, this is level 1, then this is level 2. Both are seen clearly and with their elevation numbers on them. So now we have done with the level 2. We need to draw our level 3. Now, like I said initially, CS means create similar. So we've tried it on walls and we have seen that it works on walls. So now we are going to click on CS, and we'll click on the level, and we click on CS to create similar. That's why we're recreating a level now, instead of going through the long process of adding level. I can't even remember where the level is on this. I think, okay, architecture, then you see level, then you draw a new level. Instead of going through that whole process, you just click on this, click on CS, and then you just draw. Now this is a new level. you have just created. Now this is level 3. Now at what height do you want this level? Now this is the natural ground level, level 1. Level 2 is the DPC level. Then level 3 is going to be our ceiling level. We are not going to have a lintel level because we can adjust that while modeling, but we just need to have a ceiling level. So we click on this. This is our ceiling level, so let's dimension it. At what level do we want our ceiling to be? Floor to ceiling. Our floor to ceiling, the minimum, let's say 3 meters, that's 3000 mm. So we're going to make use of 3000 mm. Or some people might want it to be higher, 3.3, 3150, thereabouts. So we can just go with, let's say 3150 or 3.3. So let's say 3300 millimeters. This is where our ceiling level is going to be. Now depending on the design, from your ceiling, you know, the ceiling is going to be anchored somewhere. We are going to have our ceiling noggins, and we're going to have our ceiling noggins. So from the ceiling to, there should be a space where the ceiling noggins and the ceiling members are going to be. That's, they are going to move to the roof level now, from the ceiling level to the roof level. So we click on this ceiling level. We also do the same thing, CS, and we create another level here called the roof level. That's our level 4. Now what is the size? Let's dimension it, and let's make this 450 mm. Okay, now you can see it's congested here as well. We don't want that. So you do the same thing. You click on the level 3 and you look for that break line. You see add elbow, you click on it and it bends the level 3 below. So you just adjust it and make sure everything is clearly defined. Okay, now level 4 is your roof level. Then depending on the kind of design you want, if you want your roof to be the one that is showing, that's, let's say, a hip roof, a gable roof, whichever one, fine. If you want your roof to be a hidden roof that will have parapet walls, you need to create a level for the parapet. So I am going to create a level for the parapet right now, which you would see. Do the same thing, click on the level CS and you create another level and call it level 5, which is your parapet level. So what size does the height you are giving it? Let's make this 350. Okay, let's make this 350 for our parapet level. Now we are done with all our levels. Let's delete the dimensions. We don't need the dimensions. Now we can go ahead to name them. Now one thing you will notice is, after you are creating this, while creating these levels, you will see that they keep appearing here, because level 1 and level 2 were default levels, so they came with Revit, which you can see here. But level 3, level 4, level 5 you created newly. Now if you look here, you are still going to see them, level 3, level 4, level 5. But the thing now, the mistake a lot of people make is that they don't create new levels. Instead, they copy levels. And when you copy levels, you don't get to see them here. Now, let's say, for instance, now I want to copy this level. I click on this and I click on copy and I copy level. One would say, oh yes, I've copied the level, so I've created a different level. Not really, because if you look here now, you can't find that level here. You can see level 6 quite all right, but it's not part of the level, so you can't really work on level 6. So it's like a different thing entirely. So we don't do this. If you want to create a new level, you go through the process of CS, create similar, then you draw a new level. So I'm just going to Ctrl Z to go back. All right, so this is it. We are done. Now you can name these levels: natural ground level, DPC level, the third one roof level, fourth one ceiling level, and whichever. Okay, let's name them so you would see. So this is 05 parapet level. Let's say PPT level. That's the parapet level. Okay, now it will ask you, would you like to rename corresponding views? That what this means is, around here where you have your level 5, would you want it to also change to PPT level, so that when you are going through this place, you actually know the level you are selecting? If you click on yes, it changes it. 05 PPT level, that's the parapet level. Now you can see the same thing here, 05 PPT level, parapet level. Now you do the same thing for level 4. which is our roof level. O4 roof level, you click on yes, it changes it to O4 roof level. You do the same thing here. O3 ceiling level, O3 ceiling level, you do the same thing. Yes, it changes it to O3 ceiling level. The only ones that don't change are these two, because I don't know why. Because they came as default. So if you change the name here, it won't actually change in this bar here, this projects browser area. So let's change this to DPC level. O2 DPC level. For some reason it doesn't change here. I don't know why. You do the same thing for this one. O1 natural ground level NGL. Okay, and it doesn't change here as well. So probably we'll figure out the reason why it doesn't change later on, but for now I don't seem to know why it doesn't change. Okay, so now that we are done naming our levels, the next thing we need to do is to complete our architectural model. So I am taking this as slow as I can, so that everybody understands what I'm saying and I don't get to receive the comments like that I am too fast in my videos, that my videos are not for beginners because I am too fast. So I am trying my best to make this video accommodating for everyone. If you feel I am too slow, maybe you are a fast learner and you feel I'm too slow, please you can just fast forward the steps, or you can play the video on I don't know if it's possible to play it on times 2 or times 1 or times 1.5. I don't know, but let's move forward. Okay, so now that we have this, we are going to draw our floor now. So we click on architecture, we click on floor. Now we're going to look for a 150 mm floor slab, because that's what we are working with, and we can see we have that here, concrete 150 mm. So we're going to draw a square around this area here. Okay, now we're going to draw a square, as this is the floor slab. So we click on finish, and at what level do we want this floor that we have drawn to be in? Now you can see the level is on the natural ground level, which is not supposed. It's supposed to be on the DPC level, because you get to climb a few steps before you get to the floor slab. So we need to change this to DPC level. Then it has automatically changed. So if you go to the 3D, you won't see it here, but is when you go to the 3D you will notice the change. Because let's say this is the floor and we take it back to natural ground level, you see how it is. But if you go to DPC level, then you see the way the thing looks. So this is how it is supposed to be, like the floor. So now you see the difference. So a lot of people complain about having the floor intersecting with the wall, which is not actually looking fine when it comes to modeling. But in real sense, in real world construction, the floor is supposed to, cross and overlap, be on top of the wall. You understand? The floor is supposed to cross. But when modeling in Revit, a lot of people tend to not align the wall, the floor properly to the wall. You see people try to do something like this, so that you don't have the floor popping out on the edges. But I would not advise that. I would prefer to leave it like that, the way it is, intersecting with the wall, because there are ways you can adjust that and make sure that it all works out. So now the way to make it look smooth is, now the way the thing is intersecting with the wall is not actually the right thing. So you need to join, you need to click on join, and you join this with this. Now it's now giving a clear definition. So once you touch this wall, you can see that there is a break point from the wall and the floor. So you just need to make sure you join everything to show that break point, so it doesn't show that it's intersecting first of all. Okay, now once you are done joining and you showed a breakpoint, now this is good. This is one step. Now let's say you change this to shaded. Now you can see that is a different material, understand, which is fine, because in construction this is how you actually going to see it. Now When you are now trying to apply materials, that is when you can now paint. That's why we have this paint icon here. Now, so let's say I want to paint this. Let's say I want to paint, let's say this blue. I want to paint here this wall blue. Let's say this wall material. Let's say I want to paint this wall material. So we click on this wall, we look for the material of this wall. You can see the material is by category. It doesn't really have a material. So let's say we create a material for this wall. Let's say white wall. Yeah, let's say white wall, WHITE wall. Okay, let's say white wall. Now we have created a white wall. Then we click on this color to make sure it is actually white, because we can't create a white wall and it's having a black color. So we click on this to make sure it is white. Then we click on OK, we click on OK, we click on OK, and we have our white wall. Fine. Now we know that there is a white wall material that have been created. Now we cannot have this floor looking black. Now we want to also make sure this floor has that white material. Now we can now paint, click on paint, and you can see white wall. If it's not selected, you just go and scroll. This is just your whole material bar. You can see the white wall there. You click on the white wall, then you come here and you paint it white. You come here, you paint white, and you also paint it white. You also paint it white. Now this is a longer process. The easiest method would have just been to reduce the wall so that it doesn't align to the edge. You understand? But when in modeling, if we're trying to do proper BIM, this is how we should do it. You understand? If we're trying to do proper building information modeling, because this would give you the actual quantity of concrete you need. Because if you reduce it, you've reduced the size, so you can't really get the actual volume of quantity you need. So once we are done painting, we click on done, and that is it. Now for the lines that we do not want, these lines, we can now click on this. You can see line work here. You click on line work. Now you can see this is by category, so we just change it to hidden or invisible line. Then we select it and the line just disappears, so you don't get to see the marks there again. You don't get to see the marks, so you just select it and the line goes, giving you a smooth wall. You select it, you just click on this, you click on this, and it goes. You click on this, you click on this, it goes. You click on this, you click on this, it goes, giving you a smooth wall. Now you can see how smooth it is. Now it doesn't stop your wall from getting to the edge. So if you were to draw a section here, if you were to draw a section, you would actually see that your wall is getting to the edge. You understand? So this is good. All right, so let's delete the section. We don't really need it. Okay, so this is actually a longer method, but is the best method if you are working with BIM. This I also feel this invisible line that we used to hide those lines, I feel there's going to be a plugin for it, but I might not know of it. So please, if you know of any plugin that can give me this smooth transition, please do well to list it in the comment section so that I can get it installed. Okay, so moving forward, we are done with the wall and the floor, so we need to make sure the wall height is where we want it to be. So this, you can see the wall height is above the parapet level, so we're going to select all the walls. Okay, now you can see the base is from the natural ground level, which is good, and the top constraint is unconnected, so we need to select the top constraint. Let's make it roof level. Okay, good. Now this is where our floor is. Now you can also see on the elevation, you can see that line. You also need to do the whole invisible line thing and make them disappear on the elevation as well. Okay, so a plugin would have been very, very easier, but this is what it is. That's why a lot of people just feel the need to cut the line short instead of extending it all the way to the walls. Okay, So moving forward, now we are done with the layout. We need to add our doors and our windows. Now our doors and our windows are not supposed to be added on the level 1, which is the natural ground level. Our doors and our windows are supposed to start from the DPC level, which is level 2. So we need to go to level 2. Okay, now this is where we add our doors and windows. So we click on architecture, we click on door. We'll look for, these are the default doors that comes with Revit 2024 if you selected that exact template the way I showed you from the beginning of this video. So we click on door and we click on this 900 by 24 door. Okay, now we have this door as our entrance door. Okay, then we also place the same door here. Okay, now this toilet door is not supposed to be a 900 door, but we just placed it here so that we can change the properties later. So we click on this and we click on this to change the door. Now you can see that we have 750 door, but we don't have by 24. We have 750 by 21. So we need to edit this door. So we click on edit and we click on duplicate. We first of all need to duplicate it, because if we just change the properties without duplicating it, it will alter the 900 by 24 that we initially have. So we need to duplicate it first of all, and let's name this 750 by 24. 750 by 24. Okay, then we can now change the width to 750 mm. Okay, then we click on OK, and you can see it's only this door that changed. Now you can see this door is 750 by 24, but this other door is 900 by 24. Perfect. So that's the power of duplication before you edit. So we have created our doors. These are the number of doors we just need. It's a small gatehouse, 2 doors maximum. That's good. Then the next thing we need to add is our windows. Now we are going to add our windows. So for us to do that, we need to click on window. Okay, then you can see the default windows. Now, I don't like these default windows, so I prefer to use a different kind of windows for my window. But in the course of this tutorial video, we're just going to be making use of the default windows. So we have this 900 by 600 window. So we're going to place this window as our toilet window here. So this is, we'll place this one here for toilet. Then we are also going to look for another window if we have, or we can just make use of this same side window and we'll place one here. Okay, now let's edit this one, because this is the bedroom window, so it needs to be a little bit bigger. So let's make this 1.2 by 1.2 window. So we click on edit and we click on duplicate, and let's call this 1.2 by 1.2 by 1.2 window. Okay, then we edit the height 1.2, edit the width 1.2, or let's make it 1.5, the height 1.5, or 1.5 by 1.5 in general, 1.5 by 1.5. Okay, and so we need to rename this that we just edited now we need to rename it correctly so that we don't make mistakes anywhere. Now we've seen that it's 1.5 by 1.5, so we click on OK, and it automatically changes the window to a 1.5 by 1.5 window. Now this 1.5 by 1.5 window, we don't want it to be placed around this area, we want it to be placed around this area. So we click on the window, and remember, shortcut CS, that's for create similar. We click on CS to create similar, and then we place the window here. Good, the window has been placed, so we don't really need this one. We can delete this one. Now let's go to the 3D, so we'll see what we have created so far. So you can see we have one window here. You can also see we have another window here. Okay, which is okay. All right, so now the next thing is to determine whether these windows are placed correctly. So we know that our lintel height is 2.4 because our door is 2.4, and this window, the height of this window is 1.5. So obviously the seal from the DPC level to the seal should be 900. 900 plus 1.5 is what will give us 2.4, which is the lintel. And from the 3D, you can see that the window and the door, they are on the same level, which is good. Now this one is not going to be on the same level. You can see this one is still on 900 DPC, but the height of this window is 900. 900 plus 900 is 1.8, so it's not giving us 2.4. So we need to make this 1.5 so that it can get up to the lintel level. Okay, so this is good. So this is how you adjust the window. Now we see this is on the same, on a very good level. This is on a very good level. Then we'll go back to the level 2. Remember, level 2, where you place your doors and windows. We'll go back to the level 2, and we need to place a window here for the kitchenette. We need to place a window here for the kitchenette. So we need to click on this 1.2 by 1.2 window, 1.5 by 1.5 window. CS, create similar, and we create one window here. Now this window is not going to be a 1.5 by 1.5 window. We're going to edit this. We're going to make this a 1.2 by 1.5 window. Yes, so we're going to make this a 1.2 by 1.5 window. So we click on this edit, we duplicate it. Now let's make this 1.2 by 1.5. So the height is going to be 1.5, but the width is going to be 1.2. So we edit the width to be 1.2. Okay, we click on OK. Now you see the width has reduced 1.2 by the height 1.5, and the sill height 900. Perfect. So that's good. Now we need to have two small long windows here, because this is where the bed head will be. So I don't want a window to go all the way through. So we just want to have two small windows at this point. So now click on this CS, create similar, click here. Then you select this window and we do edit type. We duplicate it because it's a new window, different window that we're creating. So let's say 900 or 600 by 1.5. Now the length should be 1.5, the width should be 600. So we do 600 by 1.5 window, and they said the name 600 by 1.5 is already in use. So we don't need to create a new window. So we just need to go here and look for 600 by 1.5. This is it. Perfect. So we select it and it automatically changes to 600 by 1.5. Now we move this to this point here, and we click on CS to create similar, and we also add another window at this point here. So let's say this is 300. Let's 300 from this wall. Good. So we go to the 3D and let's see what we have. So we have two windows here. Okay, we have one window here, we have two windows here, all positioned perfectly. This is good. Now the reason we don't have any window in this wall here is because since this is a gatehouse, let's say assume this is the entrance, so this is the fence wall. This is just an assumption because it's a gatehouse. So this is the fence wall. So there's no, we don't want to place any window on the fence wall. We're just going to leave it that way. Okay, then moving forward, we're done with our floors, our walls, our windows, and our doors. That is good. Now if you've been in construction, you would know that most times when you have an opening like this, there's going to be a beam here. Okay, there's going to be a beam. So we are going to create that beam now. So for us to be able to create that beam, we know that, okay, our lintel level is 2.4. If we want this beam to start from that lintel level, which is 2.4, fine. If we don't want it to be, if we want the level of this beam to be 2.7, which is also good. So we're going to draw a wall. Now we're going to draw a wall, or we can actually use we're going to draw a wall to represent it, because when we're doing the structural aspect of this, we're going to actually make use of columns and beams and the rest of them. So we're going to draw a wall. So we click on CS, or you know what, for the sake of BIM, let's make use of the actual thing it is. We're going to make use of a beam. So we're going to click on structure. We're going to click on beam. Okay, and we're going to look for square beam. Now there is no square beam in the template here. You can actually download square beams from beam objects. If you go to beam objects, you download square beam. So I already have one square beam which I have used in one of my projects, so I'm just going to load it into this project. So you might not see that whole step. Okay, so I have opened the project and I have copied Ctrl+C just to copy the beam from there. So I'm going to be pasting the beam in this particular project now. I will also be leaving the beam in the beam model in the description, so you can just check it and download it if you want to have the beam, or you can just go to beam objects and you download it yourself from beam objects if you want. So I'm just going to click on Ctrl V to paste. Now we paste the beam. Now you can see the beam, so let's paste it here. All right, now you can see, if you click on this, you can see concrete rectangular beam. Okay, now we have pasted our beam. Now what size do we want to give the beam? Do we want it to be a 225 by 225 beam, or 225 by 450 beam, depending on your choice. So we say this is going to be a 225 by 225 beam. It's just a small beam. It's not carrying any load. It's just something that is going to demarcate this, so you can put an architrave there or something. So we're going to draw the beam. Okay, so let's extend this a little bit. Let's dimension this 363. So let's say this is 300 or 450. Let's say 450. Okay, so let's say 450. Then here we dimension this one, and this is 1275, so no problem. So now we want our beam to be placed here, so we click on this beam, we click on CS. Now it's already a 225 by 225 beam which we want to create. Perfect. Then we click on CS and we draw our beam here. Now we have drawn the beam. We can't find the beam, so let's go to the 3D and let's look for where the beam is. So now we know this was the initial beam we selected, we pasted in this project. That's the longer one, so we delete it. We don't really need that. Then the new beam we just created, now let's look for where. Now you can see where the beam is. It is under, so we need to make sure the beam level is at where we want it to be. So you see start off level and end of level. So we go to let's cut a section around this area so that we can see properly what we are doing. So we cut a section here. Okay, now this is the beam. Okay, now we know that, okay, we want our beam to be at a level 27. So let's annotate and let's draw 27. Okay, good. So we know this is where we want our beam to be. So we can click on this and we can actually copy it up on check constraint, because you can see now it cannot copy upwards. It's just copying left and right because it's constrained. So we uncheck constraints, then we can copy it. You can see we can copy here, we can copy here, we can copy anywhere we want. Then we'll copy it upwards to this point. Now you can see the beam is now up here. We don't have any need for this one down here, so we can just click on delete and delete it. Then these two lines that we created, we just delete them. We don't really need them anymore. Okay, then we click on 3D to go back to the 3D, and we can now see we have that beam there. Okay, now after the beam we need to draw a wall on top of the beam, because that's how it is in construction. After the beam, then there's going to be a wall continuing upwards. Then all we need to do is to click on wall, click on CS, and then we make sure we put the attributes. Now this wall from the DPC level, at what height do we want the wall to be? Let's say 27 to where? To level 4 or level 5? Level 4. Then we draw our wall. Now once you go back to the section, you are going to see that wall that you have created. Now you can see the wall and the beam, they are in between each other. If you want to leave them like this, that's why when you are doing architectural drawings, a lot of people just tend to use the wall as the full thing, because it doesn't really matter, because it's architectural drawing. But if you are doing structural, you need to make use of the actual structural elements. You need to draw the column, the beam, the whole thing. So I don't know, since I'm going to do a structural drawing, I think I should just leave this wall like this and take out the beam. Then in the structural drawing, you will now see where how this beam will come into play in the structural drawing. Or we can leave this the way it is and just extend this wall up, whichever one. But if you go to the 3D, you will still see the full thing. It's just that you have to start applying materials to this again. So in the structural drawing, we'll see the whole thing of how the structure, the columns and the beams and the lintels and everything entirely. So let's just take out this beam for now. Okay, so this is how it is. You have your bedroom space, you have your kitchenette area, then you have your toilet area. Okay, so this is good. Okay, now the next thing we need to do is to create our step. We need to create our step. Okay, so let's go back to the natural ground level, because the step will start from the natural ground level and come up to the DPC level. So let's create the step. So we need to create the step. Let's say we have where do we create the steps? Here or here? Or okay, so let's bring this down. So we want to create the steps here, so that once the gatesman comes out, he just moves this way, access to the gate, instead of coming all the way out and turning around entirely. So we need to create the steps here. So this floor would have to stop somewhere here. So let's say 600 mm this way, and top here. So we cut this here and we also cut this here. Good. Then we can now create our step here. So we click on stairs. Where is our stairs? We click on our stairs. Now we know that, okay, this stairs is going to start from the natural ground level and the top level is going to end at the DPC level. Now Revit automatically calculates the height for you, which is 450. That's the difference. And it also automatically calculates the desired number of risers. That's 3. So you know that, okay, your riser is going to be 150. If you make this 2, yeah, if you make this 2, sorry, if you make this 2, it will calculate your riser for you, telling you, oh, your riser is going to be 225. Understand? So but our thread now, we want our thread to be 300. We'll impute 300 there. Then we can now draw our stairs. So let's just draw the stairs. So this is how the stairs looks. So we copy the stairs. Sorry, not copy. So we select the stairs and we move the stairs. We move it down to this point here. Okay. Now see, we've moved the stairs here. Now let's align it to this wall here. Okay. Now let's align it to this person here. Good. And you see that it shifted a little bit from this point to also align it to this wall here. Now we can actually have something like this for our stairs, which is good. And we click on finish. Now we have our stairs. So if you go to the 3D, you would see the stairs that you just created. Now you can see the stairs, the way the stairs is. So a lot of people might not like this kind of stairs. So we select these stairs. You can see it's an assembled stairs. We can change it to monolithic stairs. I prefer the monolithic stairs actually. So we just click on the monolithic stairs and it gives you that concrete kind of stairs. Now you can see this brick at this corner. This is not how I like it to be. So this brick, I don't really like this brick. So we select the stairs. We click on edit. Okay. Now you see the landing type, 300 mm thickness. So you click on it. You see the monolithic thickness, 300 mm. So let's make this 450. We click on apply. Okay. Apply. Okay. Okay, it didn't do anything. So let's go back. I think this is not what we are supposed to change. So let's check this back to 300. Okay, then I think we'll go to the run type. Now this is it, structural depth. So it's this we need to change to 300 and we click on apply. Good, it straightens it out. Perfect. So this is it. So this is how the stairs is supposed to look like. And we remember we are supposed to draw a wall at this corner here. Good. So we need to just do that. Let's go back to the natural ground level. For us to do that, to go back to the natural ground level, click on this wall. We click on CS to create similar. Now the wall we are going to draw is supposed to be from the natural ground level to the DPC level only. So we see the base starting from the natural ground level. Good. the top is supposed to end on level 2 DPC level. All right, so now that we've selected that, we'll now draw the stairs, or we'll now draw the wall to this point. Perfect. Now if we go to the 3D, we can see the wall. Now you see the way the wall is lapping with the floor, the same way all those initial ones that we had to adjust were lapping with the floor. Good. So we just need to do the same thing again that we did for those ones earlier. So we click on join and we join the two of them together. Okay, now this is it. This is how it's supposed to be. Perfect. All right, good. So this is it. This is good. Aha. And also, because of the new edits that we made, you can see the way it's also glitching at this area. So we click on join, we join the floor to the wall, and also join the wall, sorry, wall. Okay, click on join the wall and the floor. Okay, it has joined. Then we need to paint, I think, this wall. Yes, we need to paint this wall so that it doesn't have the same floor finish. So we need to go to paint here, white wall, and we paint this white. We click on done, and then the invisible line, we do the same thing here that we did for others, and we are good to go. So you can see the staircase we created came with railing, default railing. So we don't really need railing at this side. We only need railing at this side. So we can just delete this one. We don't really need a railing for that place. We need a railing here, and then we also need a railing on this side of the veranda. So we go to level 1 and we can extend this railing here to this point, and we click on finish. Go back to the 3D and you can see the railing has just lapped perfectly to this. You understand? So Revit is very, very smart. It knows what you want to do when you tell it to do it. So it understands what you're trying to do and it just does it. Okay, so this is it. So our model, our architectural model is getting complete in a way. So we are done with the walls, floors, stairs, windows, doors. So the next thing is our roof and our parapet wall. Now, for the parapet wall, we all know that this is the floor plan. Let's go back to the floor plan. So for our parapet wall, we all know that these external walls are going to be the ones to get to the parapet level. Then the place where the roof is sloping towards would be free, so the water from the roof can slope outwards. So we're going to do that. So we need to first of all increase. We know that okay, this wall is going to go up, this wall is going up, this wall is going up, this wall is going to remain where it is because the roof is going to be sloping this way. So we select the 3 walls that are going up and we change them to parapet level. Now we want them to be on the parapet level. Now once we come to the 3D, you can see those 3 walls that we selected. You can see now they are on the parapet level. Now coming to this point here, we see that there needs to be a beam here and a wall around this area. You understand? So we need to create that. So the same way we created this wall here is the same way we'll create this one. But this time the height, there's going to be a difference in height. So we click on this wall, we click on CS to create similar. Okay. Then we know the base level. We want this base level to be ceiling level now, and then the top level should be the parapet wall because this one too is going up to the parapet wall. So base level, ceiling, top level, parapet. Then we draw. So we come here and we draw. We just draw it across. Okay, escape. Then we do the same thing. Base level, ceiling, top level, parapet, and we draw the second one from here. We draw it across straight. We escape, click on escape. Then we go to the 3D and we see what we have drawn. You see the way it's crossing each other, not a problem at all. Then we can just trim this with this. Perfect. And you see you have created this. Now if you've been in construction, you will know that, okay, for this to work, there need to be a beam at this point, there needs to also be a beam at this point. You understand? That is what the structural drawing would show you. On the architectural drawing, you don't see it on the architectural 3D model. But staying tuned with this video is going to be actually quite lengthy. We would give you insights on the structural drawing and how you can go about that. Okay, so we are done with the wall in the front. Now then, let's draw our roof. Make sure it's sloping to the back. So we click on this. Now we can draw our roof on the roof level. We can draw it here and change the level, whichever one. Or once you get conversant with Revit modeling, you would know that you can maneuver your way around things. It just depends on how well you understand the icons and how to work well with Revit. So we're going to click on architecture and we click on roof. Where is our roof? We click on roof. Okay, now what level do you want your roof to be in? We want it to be on the roof level, obviously. Then we click on yes. Then we draw our roof boundary. Now this is a parapet. We know that, okay, the roof is going to be inside the wall. Okay, so we click on the square and we draw the square inside the wall. Then this place, now this is the back where it's going to be sloping out, or it's going to be sloping towards this direction. So we need to have like an overhang there. So let's say we have click on offsets and we want our overhang to be 600. If you want it to be 450, you can change it to 450. Now we want our overhang to be 600, and we don't just want to offset it while copy is checked on, because if you offset it while copy is checked on, it will offset the line and maintain this same line. But Ctrl Z, we don't want it to copy, so we'll just offset this exact line itself, and you get it. So it offsets just that exact line. So we know that, okay, since this is going to be sloping towards this side, we don't want any slope for these three lines. These three lines should not have a defined slope. The only slope we need is this line. So now, what angle or what degree of slope do we need here? So you can see, you can edit it. You can, let's say we need 10 degrees. Okay, we'll click on finish and we'll go to the 3D to see how the roof looks like. Now you can see how the roof looks like. 10 degrees, not bad. Now you can actually leave this roof this way if you want, but it's too thick. I don't really want the roof to look like this. So you can change the kind of roofing you want. If you don't have it, if you have a project where you've made use of good roofs that you would like to just copy, just go there, copy it in and use it here, which I am going to do now. Okay, so I have copied the roof and I'm just going to Ctrl V to paste it here. Okay, now this is where I've pasted the roof. So I prefer the roof to look like this, to have this, graphics and the rest of them. So I'm just going to select this one and change it. Let me click on this. You see the name, basic roof, OP roof 150 mm. So I'm just going to select this one and I'll change it to basic roof, OP roof 150 mm. Then there we have it. We have our roof, so we can delete this. We don't really need this anymore. Okay, so this is how the roof looks like. Now this is the roof is at 10 degrees. Now you can see there's still a lot of space here. We can actually leave it like this if we want, but if we don't want this, we can go back to the east elevation and reduce the parapet level to, let's say, 1 2. Let's see if it's going to reduce. It reduced a little bit. Reduce the parapet level to 1000. Let's go back to the 3D. Okay, now let's take it back to 1 2. I think 1 2 is good. 1 2, yes, I think this is perfect. 1 2. Now we are also going to have our coping on top of this wall. We're going to have our coping. Now one thing I also noticed that we need to adjust is, you see the way this wall is at the edge, but for some reason this wall is not at the edge, it's kind of inside, so we need to bring it outside. So we just need to click on architectural, go back. Now we see the way this one is, so it's nothing hard. You can see the way this is at the edge, but here it's inside. So we just need to click on this and just move it a little bit this way. So move it a little bit this way. So it changes, you understand? Then when you come back to the 3D, you see it's now at the edge. Okay. All right, so this is good. This is very good. So it's just a basic house. No, we're not going to be dwelling much on the facade elements. We just want to learn and understand architectural models, structural models, and mechanical and electrical models. So we are done with the architectural model. Okay, one more thing. You can see that there's a space in the middle here. So we just need to select this wall and attach the top to the base of the roof, and it seals off that space. Good. So everywhere is sealed up completely. Good. Now, so this is the architectural model, fully done and complete. The only thing left for us to do on this architectural model is to furnish it, because the furnishing and the fittings are going to help us when we are doing the mechanical and electrical. So we just need to furnish the architectural model. Now, we are not going to furnish it on the level 1, which is the natural ground level. No, the furnishing are going to be done on the level 2, which is the DPC level. So this is where majority of the furnishings are going to be done. Okay, but before we start furnishing, let's first of all save our project, because we have not saved in a while. So we'll just click on Control S and we save it. So let me go to YouTube, and let's say BIM. Let's create a BIM folder, or under YouTube posts, let's create new folder, BIM. Okay, and then we'll save this as BIM. Save. Okay, so now that we have successfully saved the project, all we need to do is to furnish it, because we need to add furnitures. Since this is the architectural part that we are working on, let's quickly add some furnitures. So I'm going to be loading in furnitures from one of my previous projects. So I'm not going to show you the whole process, but okay, I can show you the process of loading in the furniture. So I'll just have to open the project first of all. Okay, so now that I've opened the project, so this is the project, this one. So I'm just going to be copying the components I need from here and putting it in my current project. So let's say I need to take this closet, this WC. I just click on it, click on Ctrl C, that's to copy, come to my own where I want to put it, and click on Ctrl V to paste. So that's the reason why I don't usually show this step, because it's not really necessary. It's just Ctrl C, Ctrl V. So if you have a project where you have furnitures, you can copy it and just place it there. If you don't have any components, you can download from Beam Objects, or I'm going to leave a folder at the end of this video in the description below, where you can click to get most of the components I'm using in this project. So we've placed our WC, because you can see the way it is looking. It's just like a box which is not showing the WC very well. It's not representing it properly. So we can change this to fine for the WC to be represented properly. Okay, so we place our WC. Then let's go back and copy our wash hand basin, Ctrl C, come back here, Ctrl V. So it's just the same thing. So I'm not going to be showing you the whole process of copying and pasting again, because it's not needed. So I'll just copy all the necessary things that I need, and we'll move on from there. Okay, so now as you can see, there's a change because I have copied all the necessary things I want and I've added them to this project. So the next thing is to arrange them properly. Now this bed, I need to rotate this bed. You click on the bed, you click on rotate, then you rotate it at angle 180 degrees. Okay, so the bed head is this way. Then you see it's entering into the wall. You move it out a little bit and adjust it properly to fit, to lap with the wall. You move it properly to lap with the wall. This bed rug, we'll just move it in a little bit. It's not really a big deal. Now this is our wardrobe. Okay, let's rotate the wardrobe. 90 degrees. Okay, then we move it. Let's move it to this corner here. Okay, now you can see our bed and our wardrobe, there is no space, so we need to move our bed a little bit further. Okay, need to move our bed a little bit this way. So that there is a little bit of space between the bed and the wardrobe, so you can pass through. And the size of this our wardrobe is 1.5, so we can make it 1.2. Since it's a gatehouse, it's not really much of a big deal. Then 1.2, we move it to this wall. Okay, all right, so I think this is all for the bedroom space. Then our toilet space, we want this wash hand basin to move to the edge here. Our WC, you click on CS, create similar, and we place our WC at this point here. Let's delete this one, we don't need this. Then our shower and shower tray, we'll rotate it. First of all, let's rotate it 90 degrees like this. Then we move to this point. Okay, good. Now we know that we want it to be the full length, so 1.5. So we just click on this, we click on edit type, duplicate, and let's name this 1.5 by 900, and let's make this 1.5 and this 900. Apply. Okay. Then we click on spacebar to rotate it. Then we move this and place it perfectly here. Then we align, we click on align to. This is the align to. This is the center of the shower tray. You click it and you align it to the center of the shower. You get. So this is good. Now let's move this a little bit to this side. Okay, so I think this is okay. Now we're done with the bathroom. Then let's for the kitchen. This is just a simple countertop for now. Let's just move this and place this here. Let's stretch, let's reduce it. Okay, so we have this. Then for your sink, you click on space bar to rotate it. Then you move this here. Now we cannot really see the sink because it's below the heights that we want. So from our DPC level, we want it to be 900. Okay, good. Now we can see the sink. So we know this is where our sink is. Then we need another of this stretchable casework. Let's copy this here and let's rotate it 90 degrees. Okay. Then we move it to this edge here. Okay. And we also move it to this wall. You can see where it is ending, so we just adjust it to lap very well here. Then this is our cooker, our gas burner. You click on the gas burner, click on CS, that is create similar. Okay, then you just place the cooker here. Okay, now let's move this wash hand basin a little bit like this. All right, good. Now this cooker is okay, so let's just reduce the height. Let's say 750. We just want to be able to see this. We're not working with the interior model yet. If we're working with the interior, we'll be more precise with all this. So you see the way this is looking. So we just have to join this so that it doesn't have this line here. We click on this and we join it to this so it looks seamless. Okay, so we have successfully furnished the gatehouse. This is good. This is completely furnished. Okay, now the next thing, this is for the architectural. We know that all our architectural drawing for this gatehouse have been completed because we have our walls, we have our roof, railing, door, windows, you name it. Okay, we can create a coping for this wall here if we like. Okay, so the way I create my coping is I use casework. So we'll come to architecture. You click on this drop down here. You see model in place. You go to casework. You click on OK. Then we'll go to sweep. And then we sketch part. Now we want to sketch where we want our sweep to follow. Okay. So we sketch the parts we want. We want our coping to be on this sketched area now. Okay. So we click on finish. Then we edit profile. Now this is where we now draw how we want the column, the coping to look like. So let's say this is how we want our coping to be. Okay. Let's just say, for instance, then once you click on finish, let me go to the 3D variable so you see. Now we've drawn it. Once you click on finish, it goes all around the wall because we've already picked the parts initially. Perfect. So this is good. So this is it. We're done with the architectural. Then moving to the structural, there are a lot of things to consider in the structural. Now for the structural drawing, I don't know whether I should post this first before the structural, or I should just post a full video for everything. But let's keep going. While I start editing, I'll figure out what I'm going to do at the end of the day. So this is it for the architectural. Pretty simple, pretty basic, no too much of a big deal. Now for the structural, what do? We already know what our architectural drawing looks like, so we can just place grids just to help us pinpoint some certain things. Okay, so let's place grid. This is grid 1. Then we'll copy grid 2 and then grid 3. Good. Then our horizontal grids, you click on the grid CS to create similar. Then you create horizontal grid. Okay, let's call this A. Then we'll create we'll place B. Okay, then we'll place C, and the last grid D. All right, good. So this is good. So we have successfully created our grids. So we just need to do, what we just need to do is to copy these grids. Sorry. Select all instances visible in view. We've copied this grid. Now we want to create our structural drawing. So let's just copy this grid outside. Okay, so let's say now this grid now E, F, G, H. Good. Don't bother about how it is being named. We just want to make use of the grid as reference. Now for our structural drawing, I'm not an engineer, I'm not a structural engineer, but I'm just going to show you because there are a lot of things that go into structural drawing. You have to do your structural calculation to know where to place your columns, to know where to place your beams and whatnot. So structural engineers would be able to do that calculation and determine the positions. But I'm just going to show you how to place those things. So if you're a structural engineer, you can now learn how to place them on Revit, then use Revit for your work. So I might not be correct in my placements. I might place a column that is not necessary. Just don't overlook all the structural calculation aspects. I'm not a structural engineer. I'm just going to show you how to make use of the structure interface in Revit. Okay. With that being said, let's proceed. Now, we already know from little construction knowledge, we already know that, okay, let's say as the structural engineer, I'm playing the role of a structural engineer now. I said I was going to place a column here, and there's also going to be another column here. There would also be a column here, 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 and here. That is what from my calculation, that's what I've gotten. No problem. So how do we place those columns? So we'll start with placing our columns first of all. So we click on structure. Now you see column. You click on column. Now it gives you a whole different columns. So sometimes it might not come. I think some versions of Revit doesn't have this one.
you have to download this from beam object and import it into your folder. But I think I think it's for beams that it doesn't come with the a square or rectangle beam, but for columns I think it comes with this. So we just click on this column, rectangular column, and we edit. Now let's call this 225 by 225 column. Let's, for example, 225 by 225 column, because that's the size of our wall. Okay, then we change it 225 by 225. Okay, we click on OK. Good. Now we know we are placing a column here that is on this first grid. So let's come here and place one. We know we are placing another column here. Okay, let's come here and we place another one. We know we are placing a column here, here, and here, and here. So let's come. Sorry. Okay, the third one, not the second grid, the third one. So we'll come here, we place here, we place here, we place here, and we place here. Okay. Then we know we are having another column here and also here. That's the second grid now. So we have another column here and here. Okay, so I think that's all for our our column placements. That's where we need columns. Okay, so we click on escape to cancel. Now you can see our columns, we have placed them, but we cannot select the column. So let's go to the 3D so we'll see what we have done and would work with it. So we'll come to the 3D. Okay, now you can see the column we have just created. You can see how it looks. Let me just change this to hidden line. Good. So you can see the columns we just created. They are short. They don't have any, we've not given them any significance or property yet. So we go back to the floor plan. Sorry, we'll go to our elevations and we create another level underneath now, because the column doesn't just start from the DPC level. It starts from the foundation inside the ground. So let's say we want our foundation depth to be, let's say 900 mm. So we click on CS, that's create similar, after clicking on the level, and then we create another level below here. Now let's say this level that we just created, from this natural ground level to this level, we want it to be, let's say 1.2. Yeah. Okay, 1.2. Now I am just formulating this. Maybe from a structural engineer's calculation, 1.2 might seem too deep. He can decide to do 600, he can decide to do 900. So that's just what I'm saying. So don't judge this by saying, oh, 1.2 is too deep. Why use? I'm just showing you an example, giving you an example. So from a structural engineer's point of view, 1.2 might be too deep. So, but I'm just going to be making use of 1.2. Okay, so we call this is level 6. So let's call this foundation footing, FF. Let's just call it that, FF. Okay. Now we know our column is going to start from this point. So we go back to our 3D. Now we select on all these columns we have created. Okay. I'm selecting them one by holding Control. Okay. And clicking. But if I want to be fast, I can just click on this column and click on SA. It selects all the columns in the project. So now I've selected all the columns. You can see our base level, natural ground level, that I don't want that. I want it to go down to FF. So we click on this, it goes down to FF. Then our top level, DPC level. Do we want it to stop at the DPC level? Yes, that is where it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be 150 mm below the DPC level, because it stops underneath your DPC slab. Then after your DPC slab, the column continues. So that's how it works in real life. So since our top level is DPC level, we're going to put a top offset of minus 150. That's the slab thickness. So minus 150. Good. So this is how our column would be for now. Okay. Now we've done the column. Now what is the next thing is our floor slab. Now this floor slab that we have here is the same thing that is here. So we can just copy this to this point. It doesn't really matter. So let's copy this. We click on copy, and we copy this from let's say from here, from center to center. Perfect. Now you can see the way the floor slab wrapped around it, touched the edges of all the columns. So if you go back to your 3D, this is what you would see. Now this is how it looks like. You understand? Column will stop underneath this. Underneath you have your slab, then column continues above. So we can come back here and select all the columns again. All right, then we can copy them from here. Let's say we'll copy the columns on top, because the columns are going to continue. We copy the columns on top like this. Good. So this is good. So this is how our column. So if you are calculating the volume of concrete you are using, let's say, since this is BIM, it helps you in scheduling. So you can click on this column, you see the volume of the column, so you can know the actual quantity of concrete that you are going to be using here. And it also helps you in your bill of quantities, the pricing. You will know, be able to know with the volume, you'll be able to know the cost of all these columns. So that is it. Now, the next thing is foundation footing. Now we need to create our foundation footing. Now, we're just going to create one foundation footing here. And let's say I'm going to be making use of 1000 by 1000 mm width and length. Then let's say 300 mm thickness, or 225 mm thickness, whichever. So we'll come back to structure. Then you see slab. Good. This slab, that's what we're going to be making use of. We'll click on it. Then we can draw our foundation slab like this. Okay. Now we'll make sure it is in the center. Now, since it's 1000 mm that we are making use of, we're going to be offsetting 500 here, 500 here. Okay. And from the center here, 500 here. Then from the center here, 500 here. Then from the center here, 500 here. Good. So this is 1000 by 1000. Oh, I can make it 900 by 900. Let me just offset 50 on all sides. So it will be 900 by 900. So you click on tab and then you reduce it. Okay. So if you measure this, yes, 900. So I think this is good. Now you click on finish, and you can see the this thing is on the same level as this floor. So we don't want it to be on the same level. So you go to the 3D. Okay. Now you see what you created. We want it to be on that foundation footing level, because that's where it is supposed to be. So we click on this and we take it down to FF. Now it goes down to the foundation footing level. Now the thickness, you click on edit and you can see the default thickness 150. We can decide to give it 300, depending on you, whichever one works for you. So I can decide to make it 300 if I want, or I can leave it at 150. All this depends on the structural engineer's calculation. Now you understand. So all this depends on the structural engineer's calculation. So now that we are done with this, now the next thing, let me make it 225. I think 225 is not bad. Okay, now that we're done with this, let's go to this view and let's see. Now if you see what just happened here, because this FFL is on this level, it is going to be below the remaining parts of the thickness is going to be below, but we want this level to be like the last, this FF to be like the final level. So this needs to go up. So if this is going up by 225, which is the thickness, yeah, then these columns as well would also go up by 225. So base offset 225. All right, good. Now all these columns they are now on the same level. Okay. Now, I'm just going to be making use of this size all through, but in real world, after the engineers have done their calculation, they can give you different thickness, different widths of foundation footing. eh. So they can give you different widths, different lengths, depending on their structural calculation. But for this tutorial video, we're just going to be making use of this one. So we'll go back to our architecture view. We know that we drew the first one here. So we just click on copy, and then we copy this here. 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 We copy this here and here. So once we go back to the 3D, we'll see, voila, all our foundation footing have been done. Perfect. Now this is good. Now this is very, very good. So this is perfect. Now the next thing we need to do is we need to draw our foundation wall. Now we know that yes, the wall is also meant to start from the foundation going up. So we need to draw our wall. Now we know our wall is not going to start from the base here. Our wall is going to start where the columns, all these columns are starting from. So we're going to click on the floor plan, level 2. Then we'll click on structure and you see wall, you click on wall. Then you draw, let's say I draw one wall like this. Now the wall is not going to pass in between the column. The wall is going to move from column to column so that you don't get your calculations wrong from column to column. Because if, now let me show you an example of this one. Now you see the way it stopped here. Now I can know the volume of this wall, but if it enters into the column, the volume of the wall changes and I might be calculating wrongly. But if it stops here, the volume of the wall would be intact. Good. So we have our wall. We just drew 2 walls. Okay. So let's just finish up all the walls. Then would give adjust the height and make everything look very good. So click on CS to continue drawing the wall. We'll draw another wall here. Okay. Okay. Now click on wall. We'll draw another wall. Okay, sorry. Let's come here. We draw another wall here. Okay. Wall. We draw another wall here. Okay. We'll draw another wall from here. Okay. Wall. We draw another wall here. Okay. Wall here. Okay. Wall here. Okay. Wall. Let's draw this one here. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fine. Yeah, I think this is okay. Now these walls that we are drawing is according to the floor plan. Now you see the way the floor plan is. We have this, we have this. We also have this. Yeah, we have this vertical one. Good. So it's according to the floor plan. Okay. So there's also, we're also going to draw this wall here too. So click on the same wall and then we draw this one. Let's say we draw it here and we also draw another one like this. Now we are going to align, click on align this to the edge here because that's where it's supposed to be. Okay. Then align this to this. Okay. And then you can trim this too. Good. So this is how it's supposed to look like. You have the walls. Perfect. Now let's go to the 3D and see what we have done. Now you can see that all those they've closed. Now the walls have entered into the column. which we do not want. So this is where I don't know why Revit does this, but we are going to rectify this issue. So it takes a while. It takes a while. So you just select all the walls first of all. Okay. We need to make them on the level that we want them to be in. So base level, our finished floor level, but an offset, we need an offset of 225. Don't forget. So they start above, on top of this slab. That's where they will start. Then our top level, it goes up to the DPC, but underneath the DPC, that's the DPC is going to be on top of it. So underneath the DPC, that's where this would stop. So base of top offset of minus 150. Some people do used to have beam before the DPC. So we can decide to have beam. Let's say we can decide to have 300 beam, then plus your DPC 150, that's 450. So we can take minus 450. Some people, not everybody. So all this depends on, I know that this is a gatehouse, so it's obviously going to stand without the beam before the DPC slab. So it's obviously going to stand. But for tutorial basis, for you to be able to know how to create the beam, I'm just going to do the beam. So minus 450. Good. So this is how it's supposed to be. Okay. Now this is it. This is how it's supposed to be. Now we know that this wall, see the way this column is supposed to go all the way down here, but it's entering this for some reason. So we're just going to move this out out of the way first of all, and this one, move it out of the way, move it inside. This one, move it outside. Now our column is back. Now I don't know why it always joins them, but we can let's try align this to this. Good. Our wall is there, our column is still there. Now we'll align this surface, we'll align to this. Good. Our wall is there, our column is still there, our wall is still there. Now let's join this one, we'll align that surface to this, and that's where the problem is. Good. So let's first of all join these two. Okay. So let's align this first of all. Align this to this. Now you see the way it has joined. So we'll click on join this. Okay, go back, Ctrl Z. So this is a little bit tricky. So we're going to figure it out. So this, okay. Let's join these two. Okay. Then align to this. Okay. Now this is still a problem. So click on this. I'll click on switch join order. Okay. Good. Okay. And this, good. So that is how to solve that. That's the solution to that. So you just switch the join order so the walls don't join themselves. So the column is separate, the walls are separate. So that's how you can get that. So you can see this wall now is also stopping this space, is not entering into the column. All right. So now we just have to do this for this one as well. You can see the way this column is. So we need it to be separate too. So we just click on switch join order, this and this. Okay. And it separated them. Okay. Now you do the same thing for this guy. Okay. This guy is not separate. It's inside. So we do the same thing. Switch join order, this. Okay, this one is one. It's one wall, so it doesn't have to be one wall. So we need it to be different. So we click on this split element here, and let's split the wall first of all. So we've splitted the wall. Okay, let's move this out of the way. Okay, unjoin. Good. Okay. This other wall inside here, let's move this out of the way too. Okay, now the first thing, you align this to this. Okay, then next one, you align this to this. Okay, then the third one, you align this to this, and then you switch the join order. Okay, switch the join order, switch the join order. So sorry, switch the join order, this and this, this one. Let's bring this out. Okay, switch this join order. Okay, so this stands on its own, this is on its own, this is on its own. Then this one, you align it to this. Okay, so this is a lot of work. It's kind of, and it's very, very tricky. Very, very tricky. But if we just keep continuing like this, would be done and would get it right. Switch the join order, this and this. Okay, then this one, we move it out of the way. Okay, then we align this to this. Perfect. So it's not entering into each other. Now this one, the same thing. You switch the join order, this and this. Okay, so this is separate, this is separate, this is separate. All right. Then for this one, same thing. Let's move this out of the way first of all. Okay, and we'll also move. Okay, let's just switch the join order here. Switch join order, this and this. Okay, then align this to this. Perfect. So this is separate, this is separate, this is separate. The wall inside too, it's separate. So this one as well, we do the same thing. Switch the join order, this and this. Okay, so we have this, have this, have this. All right, this is separate, this is separate, this. Okay, I think, yeah, everything is done now. Yes. Okay, yes, I think everything is done. So we are done with our the walls. Now, you know that these walls don't just stand on their own, they also have a base. So we'll come back to our structure, and you can see this wall with the foundation. That's the foundation wall. You can see this icon here. Once you click on it, you can edit the type of the foundation wall. What's the thickness you want it. Since our foundation footing, we gave it 225, we want our foundation wall to be 225 as well, thickness. Then the width, we want it to be 675. That is the wall in the center, 225 on the left, 225 on the right, and the wall in the center, 225. So that's 675. So we will make use of 675. You click on OK, and then you just tap on the walls. That's all. You just tap on the wall, it appears. Tap on the wall, it appears. Tap on this 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 wall, it appears. Okay, do the same here, do the same here. And also under, tap on this wall, tap on this wall, tap on this wall. Which other wall? I think that is everything. So good. Now you see that you're done with that immediately, like just by tapping on the walls. You're already done. So this is good. Now the next thing we need to do, we already know that this space that we left here is for our beam. Okay, so this space that we left here is for our beam, so we need to place our beam there. So we'll go back to under structural, you see beam. Now you see this rectangular beam. Now our beam, I want the beam to be the width is 300 by 225. So we need to edit the breadth 225, the height of the beam 300. Okay, so we click on OK, and then we'll come to level 2 and we draw our beam. So we draw the beam from here to here, 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 from here to here. Which other beam again? Okay, then we'll have this one here, and also this one here, and then this last one here. So we can now trim these two guys and this one together and just adjust it to this edge here. Okay, good. So we have drawn our beam now, but we don't know where the beam is. So we go back to the 3D. Now this beam that we just drew, look at it. You can see where the beam is now. So you click on SA to select all the beams. Now you can see 11 beams. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Good. So these are the beams. Now we'll come to this right, and then you can see the beam we'll move it down. Okay, move the beam down to this point. Perfect. Now this is our beam. Now you can see the beam is separate from the column. The beam is separate. The beam is separate. The beam is separate. The column, beam. This is exactly how it's supposed to be. Okay, this is exactly how it's supposed to be. Although the column is supposed to be under the beam in real construction. The column the column is underneath the beam rests on the column, but the way this is looking at like the beam is on top of the foundation wall. So we need to change that. So now that we know that the beam is going to be resting on the column, we click on the columns. Okay, now all these columns that we have created, that's the foundation columns, not the ones above. Now you select all the foundation columns, click on filter and on check walls, let it be only columns that you selected, all the foundation columns. Since we know that we have an offset of 150, now we're supposed to add another offset of 300, so that's 450. So we change this to offset of 450. Then you click on join. Good. So this is for offset of 450. Okay, this is offset of 450. Then our beam, good, can now run. So this one that is 2, we just delete one and then we trim this one with this other guy here. Okay, so it's one beam here, one beam here, one beam here. There's one other beam here, so we can just trim these two together. Sorry. Okay, this guy. Sorry, move. Okay, good. We'll have one beam here. Sorry, we'll have one beam here. We'll have one beam here. This other guy here. Okay, I don't know why trimming is not working. Oh well, we'll just drag it then. Okay, to this point. Okay, we have another beam there. This one. Then we'll trim this beam with this beam. Okay, good. Then okay, this one is 2. Delete one. Trim this with this. Okay. What else? Okay, cool. So this is good. This is done. Now everything for our foundation is complete. We have our foundation, we have column, we have our foundation wall, we have our foundation footing, we have the wall under the walls, we have our slab, we have our beams. Perfect. Now all these things you can select them and create a schedule for them. You can see their properties, you can see the length, the volume of concrete that is needed. You can see basically everything. Foundation, check. We are done with foundation. Now we move to the superstructure. So all the things for the substructure is complete to the best of my knowledge. I'm not a civil engineer or a structural engineer, but I think this is pretty good. Then moving forward, the next thing is the superstructure. So let's come back here. Now you see all these columns now that are on top. We've selected them, filter them, make sure it's only the column. Don't select the grids, make sure it's only the column. Now we know that, okay, these columns are going to move up to the beam, the roof beam. Some people move it up to the lintel, then after the lintel they put block and continue to the roof beam. But if your lintel is not going to be chained all round, I don't see any reason why you should do that. But let's move it up to the lintel, and we're going to be using a concrete lintel that is chained all round. So moving it up, moving this up to the lintel, that's our lintel height is 2.4 meters. So we see this is starting from the base level, that's DPC. Then the top level, let's say DPC, and the top offset of 2.4. That's where our lintel is going to be. Good. So this is where our lintel is. Now the lintel is basically this beam that is down here, concrete as well, but now the size is different. So we can just decide to, instead of drawing beams again, we can just decide to select all the beams we have here, all the ones we have drawn initially, and just just copy them up, move them up. Okay, now we copy it to this point first of all. Then since it's selected, we edit and change the name. You see, I didn't change this one. This is supposed to be 225 by 300. Now I want to use 225 by 225. So we'll duplicate and make this 225 by 2252, and then let's make this 225. So this is our lintel, 225 by 225. Then we move it down to this point. Perfect. So this is our lintel. Okay, now we know this is our lintel. Let's look at our floor plan, so we'll be sure what we are doing. Okay, we know we have a window here, lintel. Okay, there's also need for one wall here. There's a wall here, so we need a lintel because it has a window. And there's this door here, we need a lintel here as well. Okay, and we also need another lintel here. Good. So come back to the 3D. You see this lintel. Okay, so let's delete this one first of all and extend this to this point. Click on CS to create similar. Then we create a lintel here. Sorry, cancel. Let me just copy this one from here to this point here. Okay, then we reduce it to this point. Then this one, we extend this to this point because that's the one that houses the entrance. Okay, this door, and then this one. So we already have this. Okay, we already have this one center. Good. So this is the lintel. Perfect. Now we don't need a lintel here in this entrance because in the floor plan this is the entrance. So we don't need a lintel here. What we need is a beam there. So we are just going to take this out like this. We don't need there's no need for lintel at that point. Okay, so we'll go to the 3D and this is what we have. Perfect. So we have our lintel. Okay, we have our lintel. Then next thing is your columns will continue again. You are not done. Your columns will continue. You copy them from here. Sorry, from here. Uncheck the constraint so it's not restricting you, and you place them on top here. Okay, now since they are selected, you know that it's from ceiling level minus 675 to where is it stopping now? It's stopping on your roof level and offset of 0. Okay, now this is where it is stopping. Although some would also continue to the parapet level, which are the ones on the perimeter. Okay, now which ones am I talking about? If you see the way the roof is sloping to the side, to the back, you see this wall went up, this wall also went up, this wall also went up, then this one as well went up. So all these ones would probably go up to the parapet level. Then this one is going to stop at the roof level. This one. Okay. So all these ones are going to go to the parapet level. Now that we have our lintel, the next thing is our roof beam. Now our roof beam is going to be the same size as this ground beam, 225 by 300. So we select all these ground beams, we filter, make sure it's the beam that we selected. Okay, uncheck the grids, make sure it's the beams. Okay, so we've selected the beams, then we move it up, we copy it up rather. So we copy the beam from here, you uncheck the constraints, then you copy it to the roof level. Okay, now this is the roof level, but it's supposed to be under the roof level, like the base, the top is supposed to be where the roof level is. So we're going to move it down a little bit again. So we're unchecking constraints and we're moving it down to this point. Good. So this is where it is supposed to be. Okay, this is where it is supposed to be. Then all this column that went up initially, we would have to bring them down. Okay, we would have to bring them down to the roof level first of all, minus minus 300, which is the thickness of the beam. Okay, roof level, why is it above? Okay, minus 300. All right, cool. This one too, minus 300. Okay, so this is how it is supposed to be like. Then let's just trim these two guys. I don't know why this doesn't want to trim. Oh well, we'll just join them. Okay, okay, there's one more. Okay, so now this is our roof beam. Now, why did we need the roof beam here? Because if you look at the 3D, you can see this. Perfect. Now you see this is even starting from the ceiling level on our architectural drawing, from the ceiling level. So this roof beam here, you can see this is minus, sorry. Now you can see where the ceiling level is. It's still not yet touching the ceiling level. So we can make this beam, we can bring the beam down, or we can make it 450 beam, depending on all these things, depends on the structural calculation actually. So but let's just make this 450 beam. Okay, so we click on edit, duplicate, 450 by 225, 450. Okay, 450 by 225. Then all these columns that we have here, we are going to take offset of 450 minus 450. Okay, all right, so this is it. Now we have our lintel, we have our columns, we have our beams, we have our floors. We basically have everything that we need. Okay, now I forgot, there's this beam should also pass here. Okay, so we need to copy this guy to this point. Okay, all right, which other one? Okay, the beam should also pass here and continue here. So we need to copy this guy as well to this point. and bring this back here while this one continues here. Okay, all right, cool. Now this is it. Now this is how the beam would go from my own understanding. This is how the beam would go. Okay. So moving on, the next thing we need to do, since we have done our beam, now let's just put this to the right. Now you can see now this roof is going to be resting on the beam. You get the point, you get the whole gist. Now, since we're done with the beam, we know that, okay, these our columns are still continuing. Some of them are still going up, while some are stopping where they are. So we select the columns, filter them, make sure it is only the columns and not the grids. Then we copy this guy from here to the top of this person here. Okay. Now this one is not continuing. We don't even need it. But these columns, okay, they are starting from this level to the parapet level. They are going up. Now, not everything actually, because this one, we don't really even need this one. We delete this guy. Good. So these are just the ones we need. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. So these are just the columns that are continuing. Okay. Aha. And I noticed something. Let's see. This is very good. I'm happy I caught this now. Now you can see what we did here. See where our beam is. You get. But on our architecture, I see where the wall is starting from. It's not like the floor that is stopping here. You understand? It's moved to the edge. So we need to correct this. This beam is not supposed to be here. It is supposed to be this way. Exactly. So this is how it is supposed to be like. Okay, good. So this is how it's supposed to be like. This is how it's supposed to be like. So we have columns rising up from here and going to the back. Now that we are done with these columns, now the next thing is to add our roof members, and we are done with the structural. So how do we add our roof members? Depending on what you are making use of, if you are making use of steel roof members or timber wooden roof members, fine. But I'm going to be making use of wooden roof members here. So we'll click on structure. I will click on I think it's a beam as well. Let me look for that. Okay, I don't have it here. I'm just going to import it from one of my previous projects and I'll place it here shortly. Okay, so as you can see, I've just placed the timber. So if you click on it, you see this is purlin, this is wall plate, this is rafter, this is tie beam, this is struts. You understand? So I have just placed them here so I can start making use of them now. So first things first, we're going to put our wall plate. That's the first thing. Okay. Okay. So to put our wall plates, we'll need to go to the top. Okay. Now we'll click on beam. We'll go here and we search for wall plates. Now we see wall plates. So we just draw the wall plates. Now, you know that the wall plate moves in or is on top of the wall or beam in the center. But since from our design, let me show you what our design looks like. Since from our design, this wall is still continuing. So there is no way the wall plate will be in the center. So the wall plate is going to be at the side and it will be attached to the wall. Now the wall plate is going to be on the side here, on the side here, on the side here. Then for the one at the back is going to be in the center, and then the walls in between the building, it will be in the center. So let me show you what I mean. So we'll go to the top. Okay. Now we'll draw our wall plate. Now what level? Reference level, roof level. Now let's draw our wall plates. We'll draw one here. This one is going to be in the center. Okay. I'm not seeing it on the 3D. So let's look for it where maybe we made a mistake. Wall plates. Sorry, Control Z. I don't seem to find. I don't seem to find it. Okay, we'll just draw another one. Let's see. We'll just click on beam. It's on wall plates. Let's draw it outside this time. Okay. Now I can see it. So we'll go back to the top view. Okay, see where the wall plate is. Okay, then we'll move it. We'll move it up. For some reason, I don't know why I wasn't seeing it up there, but and it's not down here either. Okay, I think I can see it now. This is where you went to stay. Wireframe. This is the wall plate, the initial one we drew. All right, so delete that. We don't need that. Okay, hidden. All right, cool. So now we have drawn one wall plate. Okay, now come back to the top view and move it to the center. We need it to be on the center. Exactly. This is perfect. Now the wall plate is here. Okay, this is good. Okay, this is good. Now we've done one wall plate. Now the second one is going to be here, but it's not going to be on top of this wall because wall is still going to is still going to be placed on top. So there's no point placing the wall plate in the center, in the middle. You can't place a wall on top of the wall plate. So we're going to go back to the top and let's copy this guy outside here for a little while. Then let's rotate him 90 degrees this way. Good. And then we move him from here to the edge. Yeah, this is where it is going to be. It's going to be on the edge. So we move this guy here, or let's just leave it outside first of all. Then we do the same thing. We'll copy this guy from here and we place it at the other side, the edge as well. Okay. And we also copy this now from the center and we place it in the center here because it's going to be in the center here. There's no wall that is coming up from this point. Okay. Then this one, we copy this guy and we place him at the edge. Sorry, here. Okay. Good. And there's also another wall here. We'll just place this one at the center because it's supposed to be at the center. And I think there's also another guy here. We'll place at the center. Now, perfect. We have placed our wall plate. Now let's just trim them because you cannot just be passing each other like that. So, sorry, Ctrl Z. Let's go back to the top. Okay. Now this one, we need to move this to this point. Okay. This one, we need to move it to this point. Okay. This one, come back here. Okay. What else? This, attach yourself to this guy. Okay. This is good. This, you need to come back. Okay. To this point. Okay. Then this guy, yeah, stopping here. Let's trim this, align this to this. Perfect. Okay. Then this one, you are coming down to this point. Then we align this to this. Okay. I think, okay, then this guy, we can come up to this guy, and also this one can come up to this guy. Okay. Okay, I think that's all for the wall plates. Let's see it properly. Okay, good, 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 good. All right, cool. Okay. Why is this guy not touching each other? We need to move this guy here. I don't know if this would work. Okay, it doesn't work on them. Oh, for some reason, it's refusing to. Okay, yeah. Mm, oh well. I don't seem to know the reason why, but it's just being difficult. This one too is refusing. Okay, let's see if I can align this. Still, it doesn't. It doesn't work. There's no problem. Would make do with what we have. Okay, okay. All right. This is a little bit close. Okay. Mm, okay. Let's see. Move it a little bit backwards. Move it a little bit backwards. Okay. Okay. I think we can leave it that way. Good. So we are done with our wall plate. Okay. Now that what is this? The beam is popping out. Align the beam. All right. Okay. So now that we're done with our wall plate, the next thing to do is to add our to add other roof members. Okay. So we'll add our rafter now. Let's go to the top. Okay. Now let's go to the top view. Okay. So we add our rafter. We click on structure. We click on beam. We click on rafter. So let's just draw our rafter outside because I don't want problem of finding the rafter up and down. So we go to, sorry, let's move this to this point. Then we'll go to that view, east view. Now you can see where the rafter is down. I don't know why it's always down, but no problem. So we can now move the rafter up. So the rafter is going to be on top of the wall plates. So we've moved it and we place it exactly on top. Perfect. Okay. So we have that. We've placed it on top. Then we just adjust it very well, properly. Adjust it. Sorry. Center. Center. Okay. Okay. So we have placed that. So we look at what we have done and we see how it is. So we adjust the rafter. We know the rafter is going to start from here. Okay, so let's align this to this. Okay. Oh, this finally worked. Imagine. Okay, so we align our rafter to this, and then we know that our rafter is going to come out by 600 mm because our eave is 600 mm here. Okay, so we're just going to go to the top. We'll click on architecture model line. Then from here we'll measure, just draw out 600. Okay, so we'll know where the rafter is going to stop. So we align this to this. Okay, fine, cool. Now this is our rafter. Now we copy this. We know rafters are, a lot of people use 1.2 meter spacing. So we just move this 1.2 meters, 1.2 meters, 1200, enter, 1200. Sorry, I've moved out of place. It's not straight. So let's select the rafter again, copy, 1200, enter, 1200, enter, 1200, enter, 1200, enter, 1200, enter. Okay, and you can see the last one is almost getting to the edge, so we don't really need to, we can just adjust this and make sure it gets there. So we just place this here. All right, fine. Now we are done placing our rafters. Let's look at what we have done. Now you can see this is good. We are done with our rafters. Now the next thing is to place our struts. Okay, is to place our struts. Okay, now for our struts, we need to know the height of this of our roof. Okay, so let's say this is let's go to the east elevation. We know from our roof level to our parapet level is 1.2. So let's say our struts will be making use of for the highest point, for the highest point of our struts, we're making use of, let's say, 1 meter for the struts. Okay, so we'll come back to the 3D. Okay, we'll come to the top, then we'll click on structure, we click on beam, and we move to struts. We see struts, and then we just place our struts. Let's just draw one strut here. Now, sorry. Now for some reason this is how the strut is. It's horizontal. Okay, it's supposed to be vertical, to be standing. So we click on the strut. Okay, and let's see angle. Let's change it to 90 degrees. Okay, it's just rotating it. Okay, let's say start level 0, end level 600. Okay, let's say 1000. Okay, 2000. Okay, let's align this to this. Okay, perfect. So it's straight now. Okay, then we can move this strut and place it in front of this guy here. Okay, now we see where the top is. It's not supposed to be that tall, so we're going to reduce this end level 2427. So let's make this 1000. Let's see what it does. It comes down a little bit. Okay, so let's say 12. Okay, 12 gives us exactly the height of the DPC. So let's say 11. Okay, so let's say we're going to be making use of this 11, which is okay. Okay, then we'll come back to the top, and then we move it properly. Sorry, let's move it center to center and place it here. Perfect. Now this, we need to align this to this guy. Good. Now this is our strut for the highest point. So the same way we copied the rafters, we'll also copy the struts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So align this to this guy, to this guy, to this guy, and to this guy. So everything is on the same level. Good. Okay. Our struts for the highest point is done. Okay. Then for the lowest point, we just need to copy all the struts backwards. But before we do that, let's add our tie beam. Okay, so we'll add our tie beam. So let's go to the top, I'll click on structural, we'll click on beam, and we look for tie beam, and let's just draw one tie beam here. Okay. All right. Sorry, we'll go to the east. The tie beam we drew. Okay, this is the tie beam. Then we move it from this level on check constraints, and we move it to this level. Good. That's the level it's supposed to be in. But now our tie beam is supposed to be at an angle. Okay. Our tie beam is supposed to be at an angle, and it's supposed to stop. Sorry. The length is supposed to stop here. Let me draw a line, model line. Okay, so this is where our tie beam is supposed to stop. So I line to this, and then model line. Align to this. Okay, it keeps coming out at this point too. So let's just, okay, perfect. Okay. All right, so this is our tie beam. The length is okay, but the angle now, that's the issue. So we know is the end is stopping here, but the top should be somewhere at this point. So since this is at a height of 1 1, so let's add 1 1 to the end level. So let's say 5 1. Okay. Okay, it's the other side. So let's go back. We'll click on the tie beam, and we make this 5 1. Okay, now you see where it is. So let's say 4 8. Okay, 4 9. Okay, so this is good. This is the tie beam. Then we'll come to the top, and then we move it center to center, and we place it here. Perfect. So this is one tie beam. Okay. For some reason, why am I not seeing it here? Why is it not showing? It's supposed to continue. Okay, sorry. It's not supposed to be exactly on top, because if you are hitting the wood, there's no way it would be exactly on top. So it needs to be by the side. Okay, so you click on this and you move this by the side here. Perfect. So good. Now you can hit a nail and it works perfectly fine. You can hit a nail and it works perfectly fine. So this is good. So we have this. Okay, then we copy this. We copy this from here to this one, to this one. Which other one? Okay, to this one, to this one, and then for the last one, we can't go to that side now. We need to come to the front. So we hit this to this one. Okay. All right. Cool. So this is good. Now our tie beam is done. So we have this. Now these struts that we initially created originally, now we can now copy these guys. Okay, we can now copy these guys backwards like this. 1 2 1 2 0 0, enter. 1 2 0 0, enter. 1 2 0 0, enter. So this is good here. Perfect. So this, select these guys, and their end level should be, let's say, 900. Good. Select these guys, end level should be 700. Okay, let's make it 650. 675. Okay, select these guys, their end level should be 500. 475. 450. Okay, good. So now this is it. We have our struts complete. Okay. Then the next one is to create the diagonal struts. You know, now the way the strut is, look at the way it is. Now there's also that diagonal one that goes this way. Good. So we also need to create that one. So we are going to be making use of, sorry, come to the top. Let's click on structure, beam, and look for struts. Let's draw a strut first of all. Okay. All right. Now this is the strut. We move this guy up to this point. Okay. And then we drag it. We know this is the end where we want it to be. So let's draw our model line here. Okay. Then we drag this guy to this point where we have the model line. Okay. Then we click on it, go back to the side view. Then we know we need this to raise up to this point because it's supposed to be going diagonally that way. Okay. So this is the start level, this is the end level. So the end level, let's say 4, 5. Oh, sorry, it's the other way. So the start level, let's say 4, 5. Okay. Let's say sorry, start level. Let's say 4, 6, 4, 7. Okay. Okay. So let's say 4, 6, 50. All right. So I think this is good. So we click on this and let's copy this to the next guy here. Start level, let's say 4, 3. Okay, it's too small. 4, 450. Okay. 4, 4, 2, 5. Okay. Then we click on this and we copy it from here to this guy. So let's say 4, 250. 4, 2. Okay. So this, and this. Perfect. Now we we move these 3. We move the 3 of them and place them. Sorry. So we copy the 3 of them and we place them here. Then we'll copy this from here. We place one here. We'll place this one here. We'll place this one here. We'll place this one here. And we place here, I think. So let's go to the 3D and we see good, perfect. So this is how it looks. Clean, very, very clean. Now the next thing is to add our pollens. Once we add our pollens, I think that will be it. We'll wrap up the structural. That will be all for the structural. So let's click on our pollen. Okay, let's come to the top view, structural, beam, and pollens. Okay, then we'll just draw, let's say we'll draw one horizontal pollen here. Okay, and we know the pollen is supposed to run from here, from edge to edge. Okay, so let's say we align this to this guy and we click on model line, and let's say we draw the other edge here, and we move this guy to it. Okay, perfect. So let's delete this line. Now this is our pollen. So the pollen is supposed to be on top. Okay, sorry, let's come to this point. We'll see it better here. So you click on the pollen, you move this, uncheck constraints, we move the pollen to the top here. Now you can see the pollen is not supposed to be straight, so it's supposed to be at that angle. So we align it. Sorry. So we click on align and align this. Oh, it doesn't work. So we have to just rotate this then. So let's say 3 degrees. Okay. Now we have to measure. Let's be accurate. So we'll measure the degree of this. Let's go to the east elevation. Okay, we have the east. We'll click on this angular dimension. Okay, 10.45. So we click on this and we say 10.45. Perfect. Then we can align this. Sorry, align this to move this up a little bit to this point. Perfect. All right, now go back to the 3D view, and this is the pollen. We'll copy and let's make it 900 intervals. Uncheck constraints, move on this line, 900, enter. Uncheck constraints, 900, enter. Uncheck constraints, 900. Uncheck constraints, 900. Uncheck constraints, 900. Okay, so that is it. Now you can see we have our pollens, we have our rafters, we have our beams, column, foundation wall, and everything that we need. So this is the structural drawing. So now that you have this, now as an engineer or as a structural engineer, if you now want to present your work, now you've done the model the same way architects do the model of the architectural, then they begin to do the dimension, floor plans. Good. The same way you do this, then you go to your level 6 and you give us the structural foundation layout. You understand? So you can now put in your dimensions. You can now put in your dimensions, so we know, okay, this is 900, this is 2. You understand? At least it will make, if you send your work to an architect on Revit, it will actually be a very, very good thing, because there are not a lot of people who do structural drawings using Revit. So this is just this is as far as I know. So you people who are now in the field of structural engineering, you would now be able to, as long as you've understood the process and how these things work, you can now do your calculation and know if this foundation depth is too much or is too shallow. You understand? Do the whole thing and we'll all be good. So that is for structural drawing. Now moving on to the M and E. So I can actually do the M and E on this architectural file, or I create a separate, I copy this model to another place for the M&E, but I think I'll just do it on this architectural file, since this is just a tutorial video. Yes, if you kept watching from the beginning, I think you'll be good. So this is for the architectural, this is the structural. So we're moving on to the M&E.
Okay. Now, so for the mechanical and electrical, we all know mechanical and electrical is all about pipings and connections and the rest of them. So I'm going to be making the mechanical, the M&E on this one. This is something you can actually do separately, you understand, by copying this model away. But I'm going to be making it on this model so that we don't have too many models. All right. Now, we already know that we have furnished our floor plan fully. If you go to your level 2, you will see the furnitures and the fixtures. You can see you have your shower, your WC, your sink, your everything. You have your furnitures. So now let's start with the plumbing. Yes, mechanical and electrical. So we're starting with the mechanical. Okay. We'll go back to your 3D. Now, this is the model you want to work on. Now, for you to be able to see what you are doing, you just change this to wireframe so you can see the inside a little bit. You understand? Now you can see the inside. So you see this is your WC, this is your sink, and this is your shower tray and your shower. Okay. Now if you are using beam models from beam objects or beam how will I put this, beam standard models, if there's a word like that, this will be way easier for you, because if you click on this, you can see these small plus icons here. You can see this pipe. You can easily start to draw your pipe. You understand? But this one now doesn't have it, because this is not entirely a beam uh component. You understand? But you can look for beam components if you would be able to find, and you can make use of them. They have really good beam components. Okay. So for starters, we're going to be piping this bathroom space. Now, we already know that we have two major pipes for a bathroom. We have the pipes that brings in the water into the bathroom, and then we have the pipes that take out the water. That's the waste. Now, be it soapy water that you finished bathing, you shall know that um, we are working with two pipes, two different pipes. Good. So we'll start with this one, the WC. So you see this piping here, we click on this piping and it automatically comes out. You get, so we can just start drawing our pipe. So it says Revit could not find whatever. Don't mind that. You just draw. Okay, Revit could not find the pipe segments, type defaults. So you click on cancel first of all. Okay. So let's just draw. Let's not connect it yet. Let's just draw a straight pipe. Now we can see our pipe. Okay. Then we can see that it's not connected. Now we also need to work on this pipe to make sure the diameter of the pipe can fit, because you cannot be drawing a pipe that is bigger than what's where you want to put it. It just doesn't work that way. Okay. Okay. So you select the pipe. Now you can see this is the pipe default. So we know this is a PVC pipe, that's for the toilet. So let's just change this to PVC pipe. Okay, change this to PVC. Okay, this is PVC now, and the size, we are going to be making use of 80 mm diameter. So let's change this to 80 mm diameter. So you see it reduced the pipe a little bit. Perfect. So we can now adjust this and fit it there. Now you see that it works immediately, and it already gave us that connector that we need. Now in Revit 24, now if you remember from the start of this video, you need to make sure you are on the same template that I am using, because if you select a template different from the one I chose, you will not be able to do this. You will not be able to see all this piping, plumbing and electrical components. You won't be able to see them. But if you select the exact template, you automatically have this. Because I experienced this with one of my friends. He wasn't able to make use of these pipes and the components, connectors and the rest of them, because he was on architectural template. So I had to figure out a way to solve the issue. So I'm saying, if you have that issue, you can let me know in the comment section and I'll put you through again. Okay. All right, so we have drawn this pipe. Now we know that this pipe is supposed to be at supposed to have a slope. You get, it's supposed to have a slight slope. Now, because of it's a PVC pipe, like this already has a slope from what you can see here. Upper end is 234.9. Okay, lower end is okay, it doesn't have a slope, but it's supposed to have a slight slope. So you click on this slope, okay, and you can see now you can input the percentage. Let's say 1% slope. I'll click on finish. Okay, so it's raising up instead of, it's supposed to be coming down. So you can change the slope. Let's say -1. So it's coming down now. Good. So this is at least, since this is the waste pipe that is leading the waste out, it is not pressured, unlike the inlet, the one that brings the water in. The one that brings the water in is pressured, so it doesn't necessarily need slope. But the ones that takes the water or the waste out, it needs gravity, so it works with gravity, so it's supposed to be slightly sloped. So we have this. Okay, let's come to the floor plan. Now we can see the pipe that we just drew. So let's come back to this point here. Let's draw this here. Okay, good. Okay, now this is the pipe. Okay, I don't know why it's 2, but let's delete this one. And okay, I don't know why that happened. So let's see what the problem could be. Let's see. Let's change this to wireframe. Okay. Okay, so we'll push this to this edge here. Okay. All right, fine. Okay. Yes, so this is good now. So we've drawn this. So now the next thing we need to do is to continue the pipe downwards, and take it out entirely. Now, like I said during the structural design, I am not a mechanical engineer or an electrical engineer. So from my little knowledge, I know that there should be like a small chamber here that the pipe connects to. Then from that chamber, there's another pipe connecting it to the sockeway. So you should have like an inspection chamber thereabout. So you can have like a small box. Then from after the small box, the pipe continues and goes to the sockeway. But we're just going to leave that. Then we're just going to draw the pipe that continues. So you can click on draw pipe. Okay. Now this needs to go down. So I don't know if I'm getting this well. Okay, let me go to a section view so I don't make any mistakes. So we're going to click on a section. Now we're going to draw a section here. So let's just cut a section here. Okay, so we can see the pipe properly. Okay, all right, so this is it. Then you draw pipe, then you take it down. Good, so you are coming down. Now you are coming down to the natural ground level. Yes. Okay, you're coming down to the natural ground level. So let's say you come down to this point, let's say 9 or 1 meter. Okay, then here, sorry, 3D, you now move horizontally again. Okay, so now this, you see, once you change direction, it adds these connectors. Once you change direction, it adds these connectors. So this is just perfect. It's so nice. Now this last pipe, we also need to add a slope to it. Okay, we need to add a slope. Let's say 1% slope. Yes. All right, good. So now you can see this pipe is done. So this pipe now, this one now leads to the sockaway. Good. So we're done with this pipe, outlet pipe for the WC. Now, the next thing is inlet pipe. Now, WC have different kind of inlet pipe depending on the one you are using. But for this one that I'm using, you can see that it has this small piping thing at this corner here. So I think the inlet pipe is going to be from the side, something like that. Okay, now for our inlet pipe, we just need to draw it from here. So we'll go to our floor plan view. We know it's by this corner here, by the side. So, oh, sorry, let's draw it from here. So we click on this. I'll click on this pipe connector here, create pipe. Now you see it started creating it from the side. So this should tell us that, okay, this pipe is from the side. So we draw this, okay, and it tells us this is the this PVC pipe. So I don't know if we should make use of this. Let's change this to chill water. Okay, perfect. So chill water pipe, 15 mm diameter. Yes, I think 15 mm is good. Okay, 15 mm is good. All right, so this, come back to the floor plan. Now we've seen what we drew. So let's just adjust this to this edge. Sorry, adjust this to this edge a little bit. Also move this to this edge a little bit. Okay, for some reason it's not it's not in that circle. So I don't know, since the pipe connector that we clicked on, this icon here started drawing the pipe from this point, so probably that is where the provision is. Maybe this circle here is just a design, because I can see the circle on this other point, so I'm thinking maybe it's just a design or something. So we have drawn that one. Then we just need to continue it and take it out, so where to where the water source is. That's this the water reservoir or the tank. Okay, so now we've drawn this one here. Let's move this to this point. Okay, okay, good. Then from here, okay, we draw, sorry, draw pipe. We'll take it out. Let's say inside the wall or outside the wall. Now, depending on what you want to achieve, you can do this inside the wall or outside the wall. So let's just take it outside the wall. Okay, so let's just take it outside the wall. You have this here, then go back to the 3D. Okay, sorry, section, not 3D. We'll come to the section. Okay, then we draw pipe again. We'll take this down to this level. Okay, then come to the 3D and we'll continue this way to wherever the septic tank is. Okay, so we now have our outlet pipe and our inlet pipe for our WC. So yeah, for our WC, this is perfect. This is complete. Now we also know that this pipe as well, this inlet pipe, would also be the same pipe bringing in water to this guy and this guy, as the shower and the wash hand basin. So we also need to make some connections to them. So for this shower, let's come here. We'll click on this pipe, click on CS, create similar. Sorry, you cannot create it on the 3D for some reason. I don't know why. So we just have to go to the floor plan and let's draw another section. Let's draw another section here facing downwards. Okay, this is good. All right, so let's change this to wireframe. Okay, so we click on the pipe, CS to create similar. Then we can draw this one from here down. Okay, and let's take it here. Do the same thing here. Down. Join this here. Okay, and then continue downwards to this point. Now you see it has the connector immediately. Okay, so this is, we have done this. Let's go back to the 3D. Okay, so you see it is not vertically, it's not straight, it's not vertical. So we just need to make some adjustments here. Okay, make sure it is vertical. So let's delete this one. Okay. Draw pipe. Sorry. Go to the floor plan. CS create similar. So let's just take this one from here outside. Now all these are usually done inside the wall so that you don't reveal the piping. Yeah, so the piping is hidden, but let's just keep this outside at the moment. So we have this here, and we also have this here, and then let's join it here. Okay, now we'll go back to our elevation, and we see where it joined below. So we just need to raise it up. Let's move it up. Let's move it to this level. Perfect. Okay, then this, we'll take this up to it. Perfect. Exactly. So this is how it looks. This is perfect. Okay, so a mechanical engineer will be able to do this, represent this more perfectly. You understand? If he just learns the tools of how to draw the pipe and the connections and the rest of them, he'll be able to represent it, do a very, very perfect job. So now that we are done with also the inlets for the shower, okay, I think we also need to do, let's extend this, the inlets for this guy. So this pipe, this connector cannot work again, this one, because now it's both ways, so it needs the other kind of connector. So let's just change that. Okay, then this one is our sink. Now we also need a connection. See this pipe, this one is the one leading out, but the in is somewhere on this side. It depends on the kind of uh that's the sink. It depends on the kind of sink. So let's just draw. Okay, so we'll come to our floor plan. Okay, now you see our sink. See this pipe. Click on CS to create similar, and then let's take this pipe from here. Let's take it out this way. Okay, and let's go to the 3D view. We see the pipe. Okay, let's drag it down a little bit. Let's drag it down a little bit to like this point. Okay, okay, then we'll go back to our floor plan. Okay, this is good, this is good, this is good. Then you draw pipe and you bring it downwards vertically. Okay, for some reason I'm not getting it properly, so let me just go to this section. I think this is where I will get it properly. Okay, then you right click, draw pipe. Then you get it, you draw it down to this point. Go back to the 3D. Now you see the pipe. Then you just connect it here. Okay, for some reason it's not connecting. Let me see what is happening. Okay, see, okay, this is the reason why it's not connecting. It's not together on the same point, so we need to make sure it is on the same point. So let's select this 3. Okay, and then let's move it, make sure it is on the same level as this guy. Okay, so let's move this guy from here to here. Perfect. Now they are on the same level. Then we can now connect the pipes. Okay, sorry, we don't need this additional connection. We just need one. Yes, one connection. Perfect. Now this, since we moved it, so it's going to be a little bit out of the, okay, yeah, let's just leave it there. Okay, good. So coming back to the 3D, this is it. Now you can see that the pipes are not crossing each other. Like this one is not entering. If it is entering this one, then you know that there's going to be a problem, and you will have to move this a little bit outside. Okay, now let's copy this, select this, select this. Okay, and let's move it a little bit out. Okay, see, it's clashing here. Okay, so let's move this a little bit, let's say 25 mm. Good. So you know that they are not touching each other. All right, then this is still connected inside. Sorry, go back to the floor plan and make sure this is still connected properly. All right, fine, so this is good. So I think this is it. We've done our inlet pipes, we've done our outlet pipe for the WC. Now let's do this other pipe, the outlet pipe for the sink, and then this drain. We also need a pipe leading the water for the drain out of the building as well. Okay, so for the sink, we need to draw the pipe. So let's go to section. Okay, not this section. Let's go to the floor plan. Let's cut another section where we would see that pipes. Let's move this section here. Okay, then now good, we can see the pipe. Okay, so we can start drawing the pipe from there. Now we click on this CS and we draw this pipe here. Now click on this pipe. This is chilled water pipe. This is a smaller pipe. We don't want this one. We just want, let's say, standard pipe, let's say 50 mm. Okay, I see 50 mm. 50 mm is a little bit too large. 40 mm. 40 mm. Okay, there's no 45. Can I type in? Okay, I can't select a particular diameter I want. So 50 mm, let's just make use of 50 mm. Okay, all right, so this 50 mm pipe, let's go back to the 3D. Now you see where it is. So we need to make sure we put it exactly in this center where it is supposed to be. Okay, so we have this here. Adjust it very well a little bit. Perfect. So we'll come back here and we see the pipe that we did. Now you see, if you draw this pipe, it is going to clash with this other pipe. You get. So we don't want it to clash. Okay, So I think let me just change this to normal PVC pipe because it's actually PVC pipe. So let me just change this to PVC pipe 50 mm. Okay. 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 So now we don't want this to clash. Okay. So we are going to figure out how we are going to move our pipe connections out of the way in order for this not to clash. Okay. So go back to the floor plan. Now we have drawn this one. Okay. Let's right click on draw pipe, and then we continue this way. Okay. Now you see that it has created that bend. Okay. Then go back to the 3D. You see that we have that bend. Now, since we have this bend, it should have a slope. Okay. 1%. Yes. Sorry. Add slope. 1%. Yes. Okay, good. So we can see the slope. So is it upwards? I think we should make it -1. I'm thinking it's sloping upwards. (914), 912. Perfect. Okay. Okay, this is good. 914, 912. Okay. Then this one will also add slope. Okay. 1%. Yes, good. So it's coming down. So you can see from here 914, 912, here 162, 158. So it's coming down. Okay, so we have this. Then from here, let's go to section 3. Okay, from here, right click, draw pipe. We bring it down. We bring the pipe down to, let's say, this point. Okay, we'll bring the pipe down to this point. Then right click, draw pipe. Then we take it out of the building to the same sockaway. Okay, so you take it out of the building to the same sockaway. So let's make sure these two pipes are not touching each other. Okay, so good. So you can see they are very close, but they are not touching, and they are not entering each other, intersecting each other in any way. So they are just separate. Like this one is on its own, the other one is on its own. So this is good. Okay, so we have this. Okay, so we are done with this. Now the next pipe we're going to create is this one for the drain here. So we're going to create this one for the drain. So from this drain, let's go to section 3. Okay, I can't see the drain here. So let's go back to the floor plan and move this section to, let's change the direction to this point, and let's move it down to this point where I would probably see, or let's cut the drain. Let's move it to the center of the drain, so I'll probably see the drain properly. Okay. Okay, so this is where the drain is. Okay, so we'll go to the 3D, we'll click on this pipe, this 50 mm pipe, come back to section 3 and click on CS, create similar. Then we'll start drawing. We'll draw this one. So this pipe is probably going to be placed before you cast your concrete. All the pipes are actually going to be placed before you cast your concrete. So don't bother it passing through the concrete or the walls, because they can pass there. You understand? I just did those other pipings outside so that we can be able to see them outside. But on normal circumstance, most times they pass inside the walls and the rest of them. So click on this, we draw this here to this point. Let's say we take this down to this point, then we move it here and connect it to this pipe. Perfect. So let's go to the 3D. Good. Now you can see this is a drain pipe. Move down here and then it's connected to this other drain pipe. So if you wash your hand, the water moves out. If you bath, the water moves out. All moves straight to the sockaway, straight to the sockaway. But this one is the one that brings water inside from the water reservoir. So now this is all the piping we need for our bathroom. If we have any floor drain in the bathroom, you would also pipe that and attach it, look for a way to attach it to this pipe that is leading outside. So let me give this a different color. This pipe, sorry, select this pipe, select this one, the connector, this one, this, sorry, this, and this. We don't need this. Okay, right click, override graphics in view by elements. Sorry, did I just hide? Sorry. Select 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 I'm holding control and I'm selecting them. Okay, override graphics in view by elements, and let's make this should I say red? Let's make it red. Apply. Okay, now this is good. Now we know red is the waste pipe that takes water out, green is the waste pipe that takes feces out, and blue is the pipe that brings water into the bathroom. So this is it. We're done with the piping for the bathroom. Now let's move on to the piping for the kitchen. Now for the piping for the kitchen, now we know we have a sink. We have this sink that has this hole here where the waste water are also going to pass through, and then we have a tap that will allow for the inlet. Now for the inlet, we can also continue this guy, we can attach it to this guy from here, and for the wastewater we can also attach it to this guy from here. Okay, good. So let's just do that. So for this wastewater pipe for this kitchen, okay, so let's go to our floor plan. Now this is where the kitchen is here. Let's select this section and let's extend it this way. Okay, and this section, let's move this down. Okay, now you can see this section is cutting the sink. You can see the sink, you can see the hole. There's hole here and there's also another hole here. Okay, so you click on, go to 3D, you click on the red pipe. Okay, come back to section 4 or section 3. Okay, section 2 rather. Okay, then you click on CS to create similar, and then let's change this to fine and wireframe so that would see. Okay, so we have, let me go to the 3D again one more time. Let me see how this, okay, this is the one inside, this is the one below. Okay, so go back to section 2, and then this is the one below. We draw our pipe. Okay, we draw our pipe. Let's take this down to, let's take it down to this point, take it out of the building and bring it down again. Okay, now this, we need to add a slope to it so it's not just floating. Good. All right, then let's go back to the 3D and see what we have done. So you can see the pipe. Okay, then let's do the other one, this one, the other pipe on this one. go back to section, sorry, click on this, click on CS to create similar, go back to section 2, and you can see this pipe here. Okay, you can let's draw from here. Okay, down, and you move horizontally like this. Okay, go back to the 3D and let's see the pipe. So you see they are connecting each other, but it's not supposed to be this way. This one on the floor plan, this is supposed to be on this other side. So we move this pipe from here, move it to this one here. Okay, and then we move it in a little bit. Okay, perfect. All right, so we'll go back to our 3D and look at the pipe. Okay, okay, see, we did not move with the connection. We moved just the pipe, this pipe, and the connection. Okay, so go back, click on move the pipe from here to this point. Perfect. All right, so this is the pipe. Okay, I think we moved the wrong pipe. Sorry, my bad. So let's just attach this to this, and then we'll attach this to this one. Then we'll change the slope of this one, add slope 1%, yes. Then this one also add slope. Okay, this is already sloping 520, 620, 611. Good. So this is the other pipe that takes water out. So we can join the two of them, CS. We can join this pipe to this one. Okay, so you don't have too many unnecessary pipes just moving all around. Okay, sorry, why is it not connecting? Okay, they are not on the same level. Okay, okay, good. So now we can do this. You see, we've joined this pipe to this pipe, and we've taken it down. So if you pour water here, they just move. You pour water here, it moves still. Now I've taken it down to this point, and we need to take it down to the other pipe here. That's the red one. Now, since the red one is the first pipe, it's not going to be a problem. So all we just need to do is to click on this pipe, go to the floor plan, right click, and click on create similar. Then we draw from here and we connect it to this one. Okay, so we'll go back to the 3D and we see what we have done. Perfect. So you see it's sloping by itself automatically. Where did it connect to, please? Okay, connected to this one. All right, so this is good. This is good. So now that's it for the kitchen. Okay, then the inlet pipe for the kitchen, we also need a connector from here. We need a connector from here. So from this, where's the inlet pipe? This smaller one. Okay, from this smaller one, we'll take the pipe. Let's go to our section. Let's go to section. Let's move this out a little bit. Okay, so let's go to this section. Now this is the green one. Oh, sorry, this smaller one. We'll click on right click and we click on create similar to draw a pipe from it coming upwards or below. No, upwards is better, I think. Coming upwards. Okay, So this pipe that we just drew, we'll go back to the 3D and let's look for the pipe. Let's see where we drew that. Okay, see where the pipe is. Okay, so it's at the edge. So we don't want it to be at the edge. Okay, so we're going to move this pipe to, let's say, somewhere here. This is where I want the pipe to be. So we click on this and we adjust it. We bring it down and adjust it here. So this, we don't need this. We don't worry. Okay, so this is what we need. Okay, then we right click here, draw pipe, and we draw a horizontal pipe. Okay, now we draw a horizontal pipe. Let's take this down to this point, and then we also need a piping from this the kitchen sink here. So let's go to the floor plan and we click on CS to create we click on this pipe and we'll go to the floor plan, click on CS to create similar as the pipe, and we draw it from here. Let's take it out of the building. Okay, so let's go to the 3D and we see the level where we drew the pipe. So we go back and we move this pipe upwards. We move this pipe to which point now? Which point? Let's say here. Okay, no, there's a window there, so it cannot be there. So it's going to be underneath it. So let's say we move this pipe to this point. Okay, so we move this pipe to this point. Then from here we move it down. So we need a section. We need to create a section. Sorry, go to the floor plan. Now you can see the pipe. So we need to create, okay, there's a section already that can show that. So we click on this section and we see the pipe. We can right click here, draw pipe, and move it down to this other pipe here. Okay, we'll go to the 3D view and we see, you see they are not touching each other. So we just increase this one, reduce this guy, sorry, come to the front, the proper view. Okay, same, reduce this guy and increase this one till they meet. Good. Okay, then we have this here. Go back to that section view, this view. So we have this pipe here, then right click, draw pipe, then you just take it up to where the sink is. So I'm probably going to have something like that. Okay, so this, we have drawn the pipes. Okay, now don't judge this by the standpoint of a proper mechanical engineer. So all this piping might be, they might not be exact, but I'm just doing as far as I can currently. So you have that. So we are done with all the piping, I think, for both the kitchen, the kitchenette, and the toilet. Okay, so I think that's all for plumbing actually. Yeah, there's nothing else. The kitchen is done, the toilet is done. Yeah, I think that's it. So the next thing now is the electrical aspect. So we're also going to be making use of the electrical aspect. So first things first, we need to place our electrical components. Like as you can see here, we don't have a ceiling, we don't have our lights, bulbs, our lights, our spotlights. We don't also have our, maybe if there's a ceiling fan, you get AC and the rest of them. So we need to place those components first of all. Okay, Okay, so for me to place those components, I already have a project where I have ceiling fans, spotlights, and the rest of them. So I'm just going to bring them into this project. So you already know the whole process of you open a project you have and you just select what you want, Ctrl C, then you bring it in here, Ctrl V. So I don't need to show you the whole process again. Okay. Okay, so I've copied the ceiling fan and the spotlight. So I'm just going to paste them here separately. All right, fine. Now this is our ceiling fan, this is our spotlight. So the next thing we want to do is to draw our ceiling on this plan. So we'll go back to our level 2 and then we'll click on ceiling, click on sketch ceiling, and then we draw ceiling. So we draw the ceiling from here to this point. Okay, now this is our ceiling. At what, we'll click on finish. Now at what level do we want the ceiling to be? Let's say ceiling level 0, height offsets. So go to the 3D and we'll see that, okay, we have created our ceiling. As you can see here, this is our ceiling. This is our ceiling. Perfect. Okay, now we can place components. This fan, go back to, let's go to the ceiling plan this time around. Now ceiling plan for level 2. Okay, now select the fan. So let's try to make, let's use the light first of all. Okay, let's move this light, copy this light to this point here. Okay, so we'll try to make sure it's maybe perfect in a way. So let's just draw 4 lines around the wall. So let's say we are taking offset of 450 or 600 from the wall. So we have this offset 600, 600, 600, 600. So we know that this our lights, sorry, yes, this our lights would be somewhere around this point, sorry, this point 1. Also copy it from that point to here, to here, and to here. Perfect. So now we have placed our light successfully. Then we click on line and also draw another line in the center here. Okay, extend it to this other point. Click on CS to create similar line, then get the center point. Now we want to place our ceiling fan directly in the center. So we'll copy the ceiling fan. Okay, so remove the ceiling fan from here and we place it directly in the center here. Okay, let's delete this light outside. We don't need this one. So let's go back to the 3D because it's on wireframe. We can see what we have placed. You can see that they are not touching the ceiling yet. So we'll just select this guy, select this guy, select this guy, select this guy, and this guy. And we move them up to touch the ceiling. All right, so this is good. Perfect. Okay, now this is good. So now we have successfully created our light sources, our lights, spotlights, and our ceiling. Now let's start our connection. Now, when it comes to electrical, there are a lot of things involved. We have our electrical sorry, we have our electrical sleeves and we also have electrical connections. As we have sockets and switches, we have normal electrical wiring. So there are a lot of things involved in electrical. So let's see how to create our electrical sleeves. So now we know that, okay, sorry, let's copy one more light. So let's go back to the floor plan. So you see this light, we'll copy this one from here and we'll paste one outside the balcony. Let's say we put one here. Okay, then one is going to be in the kitchen, then one is going to be in the bathroom. Okay, so that's all. That is all. So now we know this light that is outside here, the socket, the switch for this light is going to be somewhere here, so that you can control it from inside. All these lights inside here will also have switches here. This lights or this kitchenette will have the switch somewhere around this wall or this wall. You don't have to enter the kitchen to on the light, so you have to on the light before you go into the kitchen. Also, the bathroom light will have the light outside, so you on the light before you enter into the bathroom. So let's create our piping first of all. Okay, so we'll come to systems, sorry, not systems, we'll come to systems. We'll come to systems and we click on plumbing systems. Yes, and sorry, I forgot to tell you people, because when we started the plumbing, we started with this WC that has this pipe icon that will just draw the pipe for us immediately. But if you don't have this pipe icon and you want to get the pipe yourself, you just come to systems. When you come to system, you see plumbing equipment. You click on plumbing equipment and it gives you, you see the pipes here. These are the pipes for plumbing. You see the pipe, you see that chilled water pipe, you see the default pipe, PVC standard. You see everything. Then when it comes to electrical, now you click on electrical. You see it has a drop down. Then you see your conduits, your cable tray, conduit fittings, electrical equipment, devices, the rest of them. So we are going to be making use of conduits in the electrical. So let's go back to our ceiling plan, this one. Okay, then electrical, click on conduits. Okay, now we know these lines that we drew here, like they are the center points, midpoint. So we're just going to draw this one here, midpoints. Now I cannot find the what I just drew, so let's go back to the 3D and let's see if we can find okay, see it. This is it. Now we need to make sure this is going to be above the ceiling. Okay, because all the electrical coil sleeves used to happen above the ceiling. So we've moved this above the ceiling. Good. So this is the ceiling down here. It should be above the ceiling. Okay, now that is above the ceiling, if we come to the ceiling plan, we would not see it. Okay, even if we change it to wireframe, we will still would not see it. But there's a way we can see it so that we'll be able to work. Now you can come to the view range, you see edit, you go to your top plane. You see your top plane, let's change it to roof. Your view depth, let's change it to roof. And then your cut plane, where you cut this thing horizontally, let's make it 3 let's say 3 okay, you click on apply. Okay, you still are not seeing it. Okay, let's go back. Okay, let's come to the section first of all. Let's measure it so we'll be sure, we'll be accurate. So you click on this, I'll measure it to this ceiling. So this is 3.3. So to this pipe is about 3.4. So let's say if we do 3.5, okay, I think we should be able to see it. Edit, cut plane, DPC level. Sorry, our top plane is not roof level. Our top plane is roof level. Top plane is roof level. Let's say 3.5. Okay, apply. Oh, I'm not seeing it. Okay, let's just leave it at 2.4. That's where it was originally. Okay, let's change this to wireframe. Okay, so I'm seeing it now. Okay, now this is good, so you can see it. Now the reason why we can see this is because it's not because of the cut plane, it's because of our view range is now, we change this top to roof and we change this level to roof. So you can leave the cut plane where it is, but once you change this to roof and you come to wireframe, you would be able to see the pipes. So now we have the pipe. So let's draw this to this point here, center. You click right click and you continue draw conduit, and we move it down to this other point here. It automatically creates that connection. But I'm going to show you something shortly. So you continue again, you draw the same thing here, it creates that connection. You draw the same thing here. Then let's move it to, let's say, this point where our switch would be, if I'm not mistaken. Should I move it to that point? Let's just move it to that point where our switch would be. Now you see this connection here, this is not what we want. So you just click on this plus sign and it changes it to this box. Exactly, this is how you see it when you go to site. They have these boxes. So you click on this one, click on the plus, it changes it to that box. You click on this one, click on the plus, it changes it to that box. Now this box, you can reduce the size of this box. Let's say we want it to be 30 mm. Sorry. Let's see the 3D. Okay, you can see the boxes. Now the boxes are too big. They are too big. They are too big. So let's say 20. Okay. We'll figure out how to reduce these boxes. But for the meantime, we've drawn the boxes. We're done with that. You can see our connection. You can see the pipes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this one here, you would now find a way, since we are going to have our switch and our socket at this point, we'll find a way to connect it down to that point. Okay, so now that we have drawn this, so let's go back to the ceiling plan. Okay, and let's just delete this because we don't want this to come this way. So we want it to go out this way. Okay, then right click, draw conduit, it comes like this. Yes, then it goes this way. Okay, I think this is how I want them to go. Okay, then for the ceiling fan, we also click on this pipe, click CS, draw conduit. From the ceiling fan, we'll draw it this way. We draw it this way. We'll come here. Sorry. Okay, sorry. For the ceiling fan, let's go this way. Okay, we'll come here. We'll come to this point. Why is this happening here? That's actually, oh, okay, it's passing. Okay, it's passing this connector. Okay, it's passing the connector. So we don't want it to pass. So we're going to take our ceiling fan a little bit higher. That is what it's going to mean. So come to a section view. Let's cut a section. Let's cut a section around this ceiling fan area. Okay. Where is the ceiling fan? Okay, good. So this is the section. So you click on the pipe, you see S. Okay, so we'll draw a ceiling fan pipe higher on top. Okay, so we'll click on this, go back to the ceiling view. Now you can see our ceiling fan pipe. Okay, so let's take this to the center. Good. Now we can draw this. It's not going to affect any longer. So we click on right click, draw conduit. Okay, draw this here. Sorry, Ctrl Z, Ctrl Z. We'll draw, sorry. So let's just draw this, and then we take it down to this point. Sorry. This elevation 3559.9. Okay. So does that mean it is sloping? It's not supposed to slope. Okay, now you see this. This is, come back. It's not enough. Okay. Okay, I see. We'll go back to our ceiling. Right click here, draw conduit. No auto route was found. The reason why this is not working is because it's saying for it to have that bend, this is too small. But I don't really need the bend. Okay, I don't really need the bend. I just need the box. So we can adjust this. Now you can see it has given me that bend. So I can just change this to the box. I don't need the bend. Then I can bring this back. Get. So I don't need the bend. Now I can bring this back, and I can create similar again. Draw conduits by right clicking, and let's extend this down to this point. No auto route solution was found because of it's small still. I guess we're not defeating this, so we'll just have to take another route then. Okay, so we'll take another route. Let's move. Sorry. Right click, draw conduit. So we draw it from here. Let's take this route, come down here. Okay, so delete this guy, delete this guy. This is where we are starting from. Okay, right click, draw conduit, come here, stop. You come here, stop. Then you move upwards here. So this is what it wanted. Oh well, we select this, we'll create a box there. Select this, we'll create a box there. Select this, we'll create a box there. And select this, we create a box. Select this, we create a box. See, all these boxes are just too big, so we need to reduce them. I don't know how. Oh, okay, I think I've seen it. So select all the boxes. Once we are done, we select all the, we select, these are the boxes. 1, 2, 3. Okay, we selected all the boxes. Then we change this to 27. Why is it not working? 21. Select 21. Let's go to the 3D. It's still very big. Okay. So this is a problem. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Or should I select with the pipes? I think we need to select with the pipes because the pipes is still 53. Okay. So we select, let's say I select the pipes, right click, select all instances visible in view, select the conduit, Right click, select all instances visible in view while holding control. I'm holding control, by the way. Okay, then we change everything to 27. Aha, so this is it. Okay, okay, we are good now. We are good now. So that is it. We've changed. Oof. Okay, that was stressful. Okay, but we have successfully changed all the pipes uh to our desired number. Okay, so you can see the connection we have. So for this guy, we can also just copy this conjunction box and place it here for this guy. Okay, so we'll go to our 3D and this is what we have. Perfect. So we have this, we have this, we have this for the fan. Okay, and we have this guy. Okay, see this curved one. I don't need this curved one. Delete. Okay, and I'm noticing something. This guy had to pass through this person, so we also need to paste. Okay, sorry, let's come here, copy this and paste it here. Okay, good. So where is this coming from? We have this light is controlling. So this is the switch. You click on, you turn on the switch, it controls the wiring, goes through this connection, controls this one, it continues, controls this one, continues, controls this one, continues, controls this one. So I don't think it has to come back again. So this is, we don't need that. So it just, as long as the four sockets are connected, four lights are connected, that's okay. Then this one is the regulator. You see the wiring, sorry, the piping to the regulator switch down there. So now we are done with this internal one. So what we need to do, go back to the 3D view and we'll have seen what we have done. Okay, so these two pipes now that are supposed to lead to the switch, we have to bring them down. Okay, bring them down really well to where the switch would be according to the heights that you want. So for this guy, I think this window, we'll need to reduce this window a little bit. So let's make this a 1 2 in width, 1 2 window. Okay, good. So we can have some space, we can have some space for the sockets and the switches and whatever. Okay, so now go to the floor plan. Okay, let's draw a section. Now you need a section to cut this part. Sorry, let's draw the section on the ceiling plan. Now you can see this section, see where it is cutting. Okay, now we need this section to cut one first of all. That's this one. We need to see this one first of all, then before we come to the second one. So now that we are seeing this one, we'll open the section and let's look for it. Good, now you can see the pipe in there. So let's extend this guy. So this is it, this is the pipe. So we click here, right click, draw conduit, and we draw downwards. So let's change this to wireframe. Okay, draw conduits. So we draw down to, sorry, first of all, let me make sure we are on the level we want to be. So let's say 1.5. Okay, that is the height we want our switch to be at. So we click on this, right click, draw conduit, and we draw it down to 1.5. Okay, that is where we want it to be. Now you can see the bend it has inside. We can leave this bend like this. For this one, there's no problem there because it's inside the wall. Okay, so we'll go to the 3D view and we'll see what we have done. You can see we created that. Okay, which is good. Now we need to put this conjunction box. We need to put it there. So, but before we do that, let's create a section in that front to show us what we are doing. So we know this is where the stuff is. So let's move this section to the front there, here in front, right in front of it. Okay, so open that section. So we know, good, this is the section. It's on wireframe, that's why we are seeing the pipe. Good. So we click on 3D view. You see this conjunction box, we select it. We'll come back to this section. I think it's section 2. Click on CS to create similar, and then we create this conjunction box there. Okay, go back to the 3D and you see what we have done. Very, very perfect and smooth. Very good. Okay, so now we do the same thing for this next that's the fan regulator. Okay, so first of all, go back to the ceiling plan. Now you see this section, let's turn it the other way now to face the other side. That's the fan regulator. Open it. Now you can see this is the fan regulator. Okay, and this is where the fan regulator stopped here. Okay, as you can see. Then we need to, now we can see that horizontal line that we created 1.5. So we need to continue. Click on this, right click here, draw conduits, and we bring it down to this point. Okay, perfect. Then we'll go to the section 2, that's the front, and then we'll just copy this guy to this place. Perfect. Okay, let me change this to hidden line. Okay, we're not seeing any of them wireframe, but I don't know why this is passing through. Is it because I copied it? So let's say I create a new one, CS, create similar. Still the same thing, CS, create similar. Still the same thing. Okay, so well, we'll just copy it, paste it here. Then this guy, we can just move it up to this point, so it looks the way this one is. Okay, so we are done. This is our regulator, this is our switch, and remember we also have another switch that is supposed to be in this point that is controlling the light outside, the light in the balcony. So once we go to the balcony, you see this light here. We also have another switch controlling it. So let's say we'll come back to the ceiling plan. Okay, and you click on this and you click on CS to create similar. Then you draw from here down to this point. Okay, down to this point, and you come back to section view. Let's move this section now to cover this one. Okay, open this section view. Now you see this is what you created. Right click and create a draw conduit. You draw it down to this same 1.5. Okay, then you come to section 2, which is the front view, and then you copy this from here to, let's say, here. Okay, good. Then you go back to the 3D, sorry, you go back to the ceiling plan, and then this box, you copy this box and place it here as well. Perfect. So go back to your 3D and you see what you have done. Okay, good. Okay, so click on this and let's move it up. All right, good. So now we have done for this. We can see everything. We've done the lighting for the room, the bedroom, the lighting for the bedroom. Okay, then we also need to do the lighting for the bathroom and the kitchen, but I don't think we need to do that. since we've done this for the bedroom, I think you've understood because this video is getting very, very long and I don't want it to be that long. So we've understood the whole process. So let's just say this is a take home assignment for you people. Just do the one for the bathroom and the one for the kitchen yourself using this same step, yeah, and see how you do from there. So we're just going to finish up everything concerning this bedroom space. Okay, so we are done with this. Now there is a plugin that everyone should download. It is called junk jung sorry jung 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 configurator. Now, it's a plugin. You download it, you install it on your Revit. You'd find it. Let me come to my add-ins. You see add-ins. Now you see Jung. You see Jung configurator. Now, what this does is it gives you a different, like a variety of options when it comes to sockets, switches. You can decide, you can play with it. So let's say for instance, now I click on this Jung configurator, click on this. Okay, now you can tell me, okay, how many what's the frame I want? Do I want this single frame or this double gang or triple gang, four gang? You understand? It just give you a list of things that you want. So let's say I want to go with the single gang. Okay, I click on this one. Okay, vertical or horizontal. Let's say horizontal. Let's say I click on the double gang, horizontal. Yeah, and I click on the color I want, white. Okay, or black. Let's leave it at white. Then I'm done with, I've selected what I want, but I'll click on adjust. Sorry, I've selected the gang I want to use, and I click on define insert. Good. Then this is where you now choose how you want the sockets to be. Like you can see this one, double gang, how many rocker, double rocker, single rocker. Is it a socket? Is it a temperature control? Is it key switch, door communication, whatever? You understand? So let's say I pick this one. Okay, I want it to be a double gang and a double rocker each for the double gang, because I have 4 lights. So I want each switch to control each light, or I can do one switch will control 2 lights, the other switch will control 2 lights. So let's just change it to single. Okay, then once you are done, you select create family. Okay, host. Now place on a wall. Okay, place on a wall, because these are switches, so they need to be on the wall. So you click on place on a wall. Now you see this is the first one, this is the second one. Now you are placing a double ganger switch, so you are going to have, it's obviously going to be 2, you understand? So place on a wall, installation height 1.5 from what we the height at which we place those conjunction boxes. Then you click on create family, so it automatically creates it for you, and then you just place it on any wall of your choice. Okay, so wait for it to load. Good. Now this is it, so you can just place it on any wall. Let me place it here first of all. Let it just be here. Okay, let it just be here. Then now you can see double ganger, it's 2. Then I can select it, come to the level 2 floor plan, click on CS, create similar, and then place one here. Okay, because this, go back to the section 2, you'll now see where you placed it. Now you see where it is on the floor, so you can now move it up. I don't know why it is on the floor, by the way. So you can now move it up and place it somewhere here. Exactly. So let's say we adjust it to the top here. Okay, now don't mind the conjunction box inside, you understand? Don't mind the conjunction box inside. So we can as well still reduce the size of the conjunction box as for these ones. Okay, so but once you turn this off wireframe, you would be only be seeing your socket, your switch rather. Okay,
So go back to wireframe. Now this is a fan regulator. I don't have a fan regulator, so I'm just going to leave this open. That plugin doesn't have fan regulator. I can just look for something that looks like a regulator and just put there, but it will be best to represent it properly. Then this one is a single gang, just one. So we'll go back to adding jung configurator, single gang, white, define, whatever. Yeah, just one socket or one switch, place on wall 1.5, create family. It creates it, and I just place it on this wall. Okay, I just place them here. Perfect. Oh, where is it? I cannot find it again. Oh, see where it placed on top. Okay, so I just place it here, then I just move it down to this point and kind of like just centralizes it. So I know, okay, this is 1, this is 2, then there's a regulator here. So let's see what we can cook up for the regulator. So let's say regulator, we want it to be just a single regulator. Let's use this looks like more like a regulator or something. I don't know. Okay, so we create family. It helps you to create the family, and then you place it. Oh, where is it? Okay, see the first one I placed here. Okay, so this, you just click on move and you move it down to this point. Okay, and let's just say this is the fan regulator. In as much as you don't really need this when you're doing your electrical drawing, you just need to show the boxes. But yeah, you need this actually. You need this. This is good, so the person can actually know what is being there. In as much as, yes, you represent it with text, double gang, single gang, 3-way, 2-way, whatever. But I think it's also good to show this. I think it will increase your game when you actually show it. I don't know. Okay. Okay, so we are done with that. So the same way, I'm going to leave the link to this junk configurator in the description, so you can download it if you would like, or you can also go to Beam Object and look for it and you will download it there as well. Okay, so that is for that. And then the next thing, now we already know, sorry, let's go back to the 3D. Okay, now let's delete this one. Okay, now you already know that, okay, you have placed your sockets, and now good, this is the good thing about this. Now once you go to the floor plan, you are going to see the symbols. So this is already telling you that there is a switch here. This is a switch symbol. It's telling you that there is a switch here. This is also telling you that there is also another switch here. This is double, so it's a 2-way switch. This is single, is a single-way switch. If we had gotten fan regulator, this would have been a fan regulator, but this is not representing a fan regulator. This is representing probably temperature controller. You can see the name, temperature controller. So this is just how it's representing temperature controller. So if I should send this to somebody, the person will read this as, to an electrical engineer that is an expert, the person will read this as temperature controller. So that's why you need to use the actual component properly. So we have this. Now you can also do the same thing for sockets. Now the same way we have created these switches, these wirings, is the same way we are also going to create piping for sockets. So let's say I'm just going to create one socket so that we'll end this video quickly. It's getting too long. So I'm just going to create one socket down here beside the bed. Okay, now we're going to create a pipe. Now all these electrical wirings are going to be connected to the distribution box. Now you can group them so that your distribution box don't look too complicated. So you can group them and say all the lights, you group them into one. All the sockets, you group them into one. So you see the way these lights this light piping now is going. You see, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, and at the end of the day, it comes down to this socket here. This one is controlling 1. This one is controlling the 4 inside. This one here is controlling the 1 outside. Once you are done, you have 1 for this guy. You also have 1 for this guy. Now, from their socket now, from this socket now, you are also going to have another pipe that will take it out straight to the distribution box. And this now that pipe that is taking it out, let me just do one so you would see. I might not get it 100%, but I think this is just the best knowledge I have. Like I always say, I'm not an electrical engineer, but this is just to give you insights on what to do and how to do things. So let's go to the section 2. I think it's in the section 2. I'll be able to show that properly. So we'll click on this. Now this pipe is the one that is leading to the bulb. Okay, now we will need another pipe that is going to lead to the distribution box where the light, the electricity is coming from the transformer or from the high tension pole. We're not going to be showing all those details. We just need to show, okay, this is the distribution box. I think that's the highest we need to show. So we'll click on this, we'll click on CS, create similar. Okay, now we create another pipe here beside it, going up. No root was found. Okay, for some reason, okay, let's say we move this guy here. Sorry, go back. Okay, so let's take another route then. Let's say we go this way. Right click, draw conduit. No route was found because it is too close. There's no if it were to be longer a little bit now, it would work. Draw conduit, go up. Okay, still no route was found. Okay, let's say here, draw conduit, go up. Perfect. See, it works now, but this is we don't really want this. This is too, is the curve is too much, so let's reduce this. Okay, and let's make this here, and let's move this to this point. Okay, then our door, let's come back to the natural ground level. Let's move our door to the wall, to the edge of the wall. Okay, then come back to section 2. All right, so see, you can have this in a way. Let's move this in a little bit, move this also here. Okay, so this is good. So it's normal to have that curve, but since it's just being too, the curve is being too big, and I don't know if there's a way to reduce the curve radius. I don't know. I think it's a standard something here. Diameter of the curve. No, this is the piping. I don't think there's a way to reduce the curve. Oh well, would work with what we have currently. Yeah, I think if I were to be an electrical guy, electrical engineer, I would look for better ways to make things easy for me. So yeah, so we have that. So section 2. So this is it. Now we know that this is connected to this. Okay, so we take this up out above the ceiling level. Okay, and go to the 3D. Okay, we'll see this. You can see where we have it here. Come to the top, right click, draw conduit, and let's go horizontal here. Okay, and let's go straight here. Okay, perfect. And then we need to come down. Let's go back to our floor plan. Let's see which view would represent that. Okay, this view is good. You select this, you go to that view, right click. Okay, it's not showing the draw con. Okay, sorry, it's not that view. This view is what will show it properly. This view. Yes, this view, correct. This view. So you right click, draw conduit, and you bring it down. Okay, so let's bring it down to, let's say, this point. Now, what am I bringing it down to? Since it's a small building, this is going to be where our distribution box would be. So we'll go back to our systems, electrical. I don't think we have distribution box, but let's say electrical equipment, panel board. Let's just use this. Is a big stuff. So let's use this as our distribution box. Okay, then we move this up to this point. Okay, good. So this is it. Now it's supposed to be inside the wall actually. I don't know if it is. Okay, good. This is inside the wall. See the wall, this is inside. All right, so this is it. Now it moves to the distribution box. So from the distribution box you get the electricity from the transformer or from the electric pole. So once the electricity from the electric pole comes to the distribution box, then from the distribution box it spreads throughout the house. So everything is going to be connected to this distribution box. That's why you need to group them into phases. So now you can see what we just connected to the distribution box is just this switch. So it's only this switch now that is going to have light. Once you turn on this switch, these are the only lights that are going to be on because they are connected to the distribution box. Now you see this balcony light, this light at the balcony is not connected to the distribution box. So we also need to make a connection from here to the distribution box. So let's go to section 2. Now you see this is the balcony light. Okay, we have this. So we click on CS to create similar. Okay, and then click on CS, sorry, to create similar. And then let's just draw this here. And let's go up. Okay, right click, draw conduit. Okay, it's saying it's too small. No problem. Right click, draw conduit. Saying it's too small still. Extend it to this point. Right click, draw conduit. Well, I don't know why it's not working, but no problem. We'll just leave this the way it is for now. Let's move this here and let's draw this on top here. Okay, attach this. Oh, it's still not attaching, so it must not be from, it can be from there. Okay, well, we'll go through the other routes then. Let's go through this way. Let's go like this. Let's say we go like this. Okay, good. So this is good now. Sorry, let me extend this a little bit. So this is good. So we select this and we move it to this point. Okay, no problem. We'll move it to this point. We change this to square and we select it, select this, and then let's push it inside a little bit. Okay, perfect. Now we've gotten what we wanted. Then we can move this up to this point. Okay, come to our 3D and come to the top and draw conduits. Move it horizontally like this, and then we connect it to the other one that is leading to the distribution box. Okay, so go to our 3D. Now we see this one as well. Okay, so this is even, it's not connecting to this, is like on its own, it's a standalone on its own. So let's move this right. Now we'll move this inside to where the other ones are here. Okay, good. So that is it. Now that I've moved it inside, it has disconnected from the original point. So delete these two. Okay. So these are things you just make sure you look at, pay close attention to. Then let's join this. Sorry, cancel. Control Z. Okay, delete this first of all. Delete this, delete this, delete this, delete this. So this one here, we move it up, and this guy here, let's bring him to this point. Okay, I don't want this. Minus. Remove this. I just want the bend, I don't want the box. So we move this guy up here. Aha, good. Now we have that bend. Okay, then this other one, we do the same thing here. We click the top, right click, draw conduit, we draw it to this point. We have the bend and we connect it to this guy. Why is it not connecting? Are they not on the same level? Okay, they're not on the same level. So these are the things you just need to keep checking. So let's come to the section view again. Now you see we need to make this to get to this top level, this level where this one is here. Sorry, not here, sorry. The top here. So this needs to get to this level. Good. Then you come back to the 3D. You select this, click on top, you right click, draw conduit, you move horizontally like this, you click here, then you join it here, and you click here, right click, draw conduit, and then you join it here. No root was found. Okay, it cannot bend twice. That's easy. Okay, no problem. So we'll just extend this to this point, as to this point then, and extend this to this point. Good. So we know that this guy here, remove, and then we just have a box. Okay, so this is it now. It is a lot of work, but this is a better representation. So now you see you have this wiring coming from the distribution box that is powering the lights, this other light from the outside, this other light here. So once you bring this other light, you look for a way to connect the wires to this point. So you have one pipe going into the distribution box for all the lights. Now you have another pipe going into the distribution box for all the sockets and switches, and for all the sockets. If you have AC, you have another pipe going into the distribution box for the AC. If you have what a lot other, there are a lot of things, maybe HVAC systems and the rest of them. You just have, if you have inverter units and the rest of them, you just have all those pipes going into the distribution box, but they have to be connected to the distribution box. So you see now we have connected this one, if you see the way it goes, to the distribution box, and then from there it goes to the lights. This other one too, from the distribution box to the conjunction box, then from here it goes to the balcony light. So you have one again to wherever switch this guy is, and wherever this guy's switch is. So they just go to the distribution box like that. So that's how this works. So the last thing we're going to be doing is the switch, sorry, sockets. So I'm just going to be placing with sockets here, okay, and we'll just connect it. Or it's still the same process actually. The only difference between sockets and switches is that sockets now just goes directly to the distribution box. All the sockets, they don't have another pathway like the way you have light sources. Now, light sources now, bulbs, they first of all come from the distribution box to the conjunction box where the switch is. Then from the switch, they go to the bulb. So it's two. But for sockets don't have bulbs. So sockets only needs power. So it just comes from the distribution box straight to the sockets, and that is it. So that's where it ends. It doesn't go from the sockets to the bulb. No, it doesn't have an outlet. It's just plug and charge or plug and do whatever you want to do. Then how do you get the socket? The same way you got the switches from your add-in Jung configurator. Let's say 2gang, define, then you click on sockets. Now you see this socket, you click on this socket, you now choose the kind of socket you want. Okay. So let's say you choose on this one, white, you click on create family, it creates the double sockets and you just place it on the wall. Let's see, good. So you just place it on the wall here. Okay, so if you look at it, you are going to be seeing, you see, you have the sockets. Let's change this to hidden. So you see you have the sockets and okay, we did not do something. We didn't do something. You see, because it's not showing the other sockets for some reason. It's showing a switch. So we forgot to check something. So Jung configurator 2gang define. Okay. Now for the first one, socket. What kind of socket? This socket. Then for the second one, you see it's on rocker. That's why. So we go back to sockets and that same socket again. We can now create family. Then it creates the family of both sockets for the first gang and for the second gang. We create the family good socket. Then you place them on the wall. So that is how you get sockets. Okay, so then from like once you have that your distribution, that your conjunction box here, then you just take it directly to the distribution box and that is it. So in order for this video not to be too long, we'll be stopping here. I hope you guys have learned the process. Let's change this to wireframe of connection. It's just pipes and wirings. My own my method of connection might be very stressful because I might take these. Maybe electrical engineers could figure out a shorter way. They might say, oh, why is he going all the way around? He could just go this way and perfect. That is why you are the professional. So a lot of engineers don't make use of BIM softwares. They make use of AutoCAD and the rest of them. So we're just trying to encourage a lot of people to make use of BIM softwares so that it would make jobs easier in the AEC industry. Yeah, so it will make a lot of things easier actually. Once if imagine you working as an architect or as an engineer and you send somebody this and the person can see, there is no way people will make some certain kind of mistakes on site because you can obviously see that this is a socket. Now, nobody, you don't need to explain it to somebody that this is a socket. Now, if you click on this, come to your floor plan, click on CS to create similar, you will see, you just place it here. You see the way the socket symbol is. It shows that this is a socket. It shows the symbol, it shows the image, so you can even check it. Once you do interior and you cut sections, you would see that, oh, there is a socket there. You understand? So this is actually, I find this very interesting actually. And this is just something I started learning a couple months back. I think about a month or 2 months ago. So I felt it was very important for me to share this knowledge and let other people know about this. And and we can help develop the AEC industry, honestly, because we need more good stuff like this. We need more good stuff like this. So this is where I am going to end the video. Please like, share, subscribe, follow me, and share this video to. So this is where I am going to end the video. Please do well to like, leave a comment, share this video, and don't forget to subscribe to my channel. I so much appreciate you guys for subscribing to my channel. I know I have not been physically active back to back lately, but I've been going through some things. I'm currently doing my master's program, so it's been hectic. It's been really, really stressful. That's why I've been off and on all this while. But hopefully, we'll be done soon and we'll be back to YouTube fully active. But for now, you guys should just dwell on this, watch it, and share to your colleagues who you think would also benefit from this. It's not just for architects alone, it's for both architects, engineers, and both structural and mechanical engineers. Even be quantity surveyors can also make use of BIM. Yes, quantity surveyors do. So that is all for today. See you guys on the next one. Bye.